Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. Ended up having to quickly do something, which is why I didn't switch over to this. Earlier I usually only leave the stream going for 2 minutes-ish. Up in 6.5 minutes. Oh well. Anyway. Today, we are going to be basically doing some content that I've already done, but I don't really know the story at all because I kind of just skipped through all of that, which is the Warring Triad, which is a set of 3 trials in, or which involves 3 trials in Heavensward, those being Containment Bay, S1T7, E1T6, and Z1T9. We basically just need to do those 3, and also just do the New Game Plus quests, because we haven't really done those. So yeah. But yeah, let's see. Warring Triad. Sealed deep within a research facility in Ssla are 3 icons, beings of fearsome power that have slumbered there since the fall of the Alag. When one icon, Sephiroth Fiend, threatens to stir, the Warrior of Light sets off the behest of the enigmatic Unukalai, I don't know if that's pronounced correctly, to face it in an epic struggle. Let's start on that. Yeah, I forgot I need to be up here. That's right. I forgot that's where it starts, and then you have to go here. I completely forgot about that part, and that's why I basically went here, because this is the main area for essentially the entire Warring Triad stuff, and also getting all of the extreme trials. Let's see, we need to go up to the last vigil, I believe. And then I believe it is that guy we need to talk to. Just turn on speech. God's Belt. Torsifer's has a message for you from a mysterious stranger.
Ah, my lady Shauna. During your absence, a stranger came calling. Upon learning that you were away, he left a message to the effect that he wishes to speak with you, and will await you at the Rising Stones. If you have a mind to oblige the stranger, please be careful. I cannot well explain why, but it put me ill at ease to simply be near him.
Okay, and then we need to head back to where we started. I also need to make sure that I actually make it so that the cutscenes don't get skipped, or duties and such, because otherwise I'm gonna used to miss out on some of those. So let me just quickly. Wait, I don't think it's system. Is it character? Ah, yeah. Area ones. I don't think I need transportation ones disabled. Yeah, this should be fine, I think. Okay, so into the solar and it's just wait.
My thanks for coming. Onicle High is my name, and I serve a friend. I sought you out that I might alert you to the rising thread of the beings known as icons. You are aware of the thread, you say? Ah, but I speak not of the primals, with which you are exceedingly well acquainted. It may interest you to know that the term icon and the beings to which it refers precede the Garlean Empire by eras. You see, it is the name by which the Allegans called godlike beings, the dark divinity Odin among them. And the Garleans, who seek to emulate the glory of ancient Alleg, have simply availed themselves of it. Pray permit me to continue the tale.
Ah, Riaji.
Ah, Urianger. How kind of you to join us. As the warrior of light's comrade, my participation is but to be expected. After all, the matter doth pertain to the very fate of this star. The icons of Eld. In the distant past, these mighty beings did offer fierce resistance to the Allagan Empire. However, they eventually fell to the men of Alleg, who devised the means by which to capture them. And it did not end with capture, as you well know, for the Allegans also learned how to harness the icons' power. They refined this knowledge at the Etherochemical Research Facility on XIV. And within the centrifugal crystal engine, they sealed 3 of the beings, the Warring Triad. 'Twas first and foremost to acquire the infinite power of the Warring Triad that the Archbishop did seek XIV. But in the wake of his defeat, the bindings which confine the icons were severely damaged. Doubt not but that they will fail completely ere long. Know that we do not condemn you for striking down the Archbishop. You were simply fulfilling your destiny. And yet, were the Warring Triad to be released into the world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. Take heart, for there is hope still. Through swift action, we may yet prevent their awakening and see them led. But in dealing with this new threat, our first step must be to contend with the old. 2 savage gods are returned, I fear, summoned once more by their worshippers, and at a strength far surpassing their previous incarnations. I speak of the primals Ravana and Bismarck. If left unchecked, they will inevitably seek to seize the power of the Warring Triad. This will serve to feed the confluence of chaos and hasten the icons' awakening. To wit, we must needs vanquish both their kinds. I pray thee, however, to first focus thy gaze upon the primals, ere we turn our attention to those icons and their fitful slumber. I shall return to the waking sands forthwith and consider such measures as are available to us. Meanwhile, I bid thee attend to the task of eliminating the primals. Young Unikal High shall assist thee. Rest assured he is not our enemy. For the time being, at least.
Okay. So, talk to him. The bow wakes.
The time has come, warrior of light, we must move against the Warring Triad now, or suffer the consequences. The seal is cracked and the icons stir. Should they be allowed to awaken and resume their titanic conflict, it will be alike to the coming of a second calamity. You, Shauna, represent our best hope of eliminating this threat. That said, the very act of entering the containment facility itself presents certain, unique challenges. So unique, in fact, that I struggled to locate an individual with the requisite talents to surmount them. Were it not for the impressively diverse connections of your fellow Scions, I might still be searching. Happily, however, they were able to furnish me with a suitable candidate. Now, along with you and your echo-blessed companions, all the pieces we need to proceed with this deadly game are arrayed upon the board. Victory hinges upon no less than the total destruction of the Warring Triad. But we must also wear the interference of those who covet the Allagans' primal harnessing technology. I speak, of course, of the blindly grasping hand of the Garlean Empire and its fumbling agents. The ignorant meddling of the Empire will serve only to hasten the icons' awakening, and it is my master's desire that the Triad be dispatched before Imperial forces delve too deeply. Being the nearest to wakefulness, the icon Sephiroth shall be your first adversary. Make your preparations, and join me on the flagship in XIV. We shall speak further there.
Okay, so this is basically the annoying part with the whole Warring Triad thing, is that you constantly have to go to Asisla, fly up here, interact with something that unlocks a trial, and then you have to go back to the Rising Stones, talk to him, get another quest that sends you back to this place. over and over again. You need to do this basically like this loop essentially 3 times if I remember correctly. Actually just going to try and look up here. Yeah, we're basically sent there now to unlock 1. Then we have another quest that doesn't send us there, I think. And then we have 2 quests that both send us here again. It's just like the Warring Triad quest line is very short in terms of the amount of quests, but my god, could they have like left out some of the travel, because it's just like, yeah, go back to this place that you've already been to 3 times in a row. And it's like what, 2-3 minute flight every time.
This is the place, Warrior of Light. Here we will find the containment facility wherein entities of incalculable power lie chained, their fathomless energies siphoned away by Allagan devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming mind drifts perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow Scions will be joining us anon, accompanied by the uniquely talented individual of whom I spoke. From what I gather, the 2 of you are already well acquainted. Let us continue inside, and wait before the doors to the containment facility.
You've not been waiting long, I trust? We are eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission, Shauna.
Except for the fact that you 2 are currently out of commission in terms of like the story, like the MSQ. You're the only ones currently awake, or you remember that correctly. I think Ryan's still awake, at least.
It is an honor to meet you at last. As I know of only one Miko Te Scion, you must be Archon Wishtala, meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Kryl of the students of Baldician. Correct.
Diminutive? Perhaps there has been some mistake. I assumed it was for my knowledge and not my stature that you requested my assistance.
Ahem. The mistake is mine. My apologies if I have given offense. Mayhap it would be best if we proceeded directly to the matter of our objectives. Your adversary is the icon Sephiroth of the Warring Triad, otherwise known by the historians of Alec as the Fiend. He was once the patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mersidia, but was subdued by the Allagan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition.
Okay.
After his defeat, he was imprisoned for use as a source of power. Even now, Sephiroth is neither truly living nor dead, his mind bound in a dream while his body's energies are harnessed by Allagan technologies. The explanation for his failure to dissipate into ether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form.
Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him while said restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing an unfathomably powerful, and doubtless vengeful, icon to run rampant. It seems we have no choice but to divide our forces. One team must locate the controls to Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his awakening.
Makes sense.
A most succinct assessment, Mistress Kryl. While I was aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly.
Ha! If only my gift offered such detailed analysis, which is to say, it doesn't. I merely took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. It will be Shauna and I, after all, who enter the Icon's den. Indeed. Given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's that settled, then. I will disable the restraints, and Shauna and her gifted adventurer friends will welcome Sephiroth back into the waking world. Better that than the other way around, I'd say, considering our respective fields of expertise, and, of course, my diminutive stature.
She's just not gonna let that one go.
Right. It's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there.
Activating verification systems. Lifting access restriction to triad control. I had no idea the Baldessian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls for Sephiroth's restraints, I shall gladly leave their operation to you.
When we locate the controls. Mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with the echo may safely enter the facility.
Your concern for my sanity is touching, but unnecessary. Suffice it to say, I am in no danger of falling under the icon's sway.
Okay, how?
Warning. Verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders.
The Garleans, come, Urianger, we must keep the Imperials occupied. We too should be on our way. Gods, I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified. But I can't very well leave every deadly task to you scions. According to the histories, Sephiroth was immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even the implacable armies of the Allagans, and that more than once. To cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I shall do my best not to wake the icon up too much. As my grandfather always used to say of certain little monsters, get them up and get them moving while their brains are still abed.
Containment Bay S1T7 is now accessible. Okay. But... oh, we actually do have to do the trial. So let's try to that one. It has a 24-minute queue time. Oh, I remember those being so much faster when I did this the first time. I did also have Chun to basically help me with this, or rather both Chun and Ofumo. Because yeah, they want to do this, and Chun basically plays a tank, so that heavily reduced it. Now it's like 11 minutes. What the what? The average wait time went from 11 or from 24 to 11 minutes. What? But I don't remember seeing the average wait time go down. Only up. Kind of surprised by that. Okay. Oh. Okay. Honestly, did not expect that to be the case. Well, I guess while we wait for the queue to pop, we can try and see if I can find something else to do. Let's see, I'm kind of limited to what I can do though, since I can't queue up for anything else, because I just can't do that. Since I'm both a New Game Plus and also it's actually couldn't look. What are the restrictions again? You will not commence or spend plus your the quest progress. Unavailable features. Let's actually look at that. Certain feature. The features below are not available in New Game Plus. So we can't use Mario boards or hunt boards. Hunt boards, summoning bells in rooms, weather forecasts. We can Tune. Is anything? Duties accessible from NPCs. Leaves, Turtle Thread, Gold Saucer, games. There's a lot of stuff we can't do. So we can basically do more or less nothing. I guess I could do stuff maybe with the sightseeing log. After all, we still have some of them that we haven't found yet. So we have basically some in the fringes. I'm assuming peaks. Let's see, Relgus Reach, fringes, peaks, peaks. I guess we can just go and do that while we wait. We currently have 3 DPS and are missing all the other things. Let me try and see if I can find that map that I used previous time. Let's see here. Sightseeing log map. It's yep, I believe it is this Heaven's Ware that I used. Alright. Oh, never mind. Beauty popped. And I don't fully remember the strats for Sephiroth. It has been like a while since I last did it. I don't remember. I think it was before I started Stormblood, and I did this. I think. Could be wrong though. Containment Bay S1T7. Here we have Sephiroth, the Fiend.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
I actually didn't know that there were voice lines during this. What?
Pestilent Northerners, you shall regret the decision to loosen my fetters.
Yeah, I don't really remember any of the strats for this thing.
equilibrium of life. I shall tip thy scales and partake of thy bounteous energy.
So just to kill me as fast as possible.
Patience and penance. For millennia have I yearned to enact this vengeance. I am the end and the beginning. By my touch shall your wretched lives be blessed.
And now his music starts, which is actually a pretty good song in my opinion.
You have dimmed my boundless life. What power of death do you mortals wield?
Assuming kill this thing. Is that is casting something, some flow cast spell? I'm assuming stand away from people. Something. Oh no. Oh, there's the stack. Oh, that's what it did. Late dance.
I am the incarnation of life. I cannot perish, cannot wither.
Nice. And you're the only one left that I can commendate.
You did it. I've seen you in action before, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I just couldn't tear myself away. I don't think I blinked once during the whole battle.
A hero, tried and true. If only I had possessed such strength.
Waishtala? This is Kryl. Icon eliminated. Oh. If only you could have seen it. Shauna gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Yes. Understood. Let's swap tails at the Rising Stones, then.
On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem the machines that preserve their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew.
In short, our work here is done, for the present, at least. Let's go home, shall we?
Head on back. Someone's standing up there. Who are you?
Your senses are sharp, young one.
Regula van Hydros.
I am Regula van Hydros, legatus of the Vieth Legion, and it would seem that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal island's defenses. To think that I pursued them. I shall withdraw for now, my lesson learned. I doubt it. You Garleans never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summon them. I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention.
I looked back and you weren't there. Did something happen?
Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man.
Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope. An appetite for power. A lingering sense of regret. And do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero?
Is that what your gifts tell you?
No, those were just wild guesses. But I wonder if some few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Or mayhap more than a few. Be at ease, Uncle High, I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance.
That was a performance, then. A ruse to uncover my true nature? I see I shall have to keep my wits about me.
Okay. Back to the Rising Stones then. I'm assuming. Yep. There's a speed with Uria. Vadå, Raji? Kalhai. Unod Kalhai.
So, Warrior of Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Through thine all-surpassing skill at arms do we now take our first step in ridding the star of the warring triad's baleful presence. And in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Allag. Know, however, that the two icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength, and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Garleans afford us the luxury of time. Even now, they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal.
'Tis plain your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Allag and technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words?
'Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more.
When last we met, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask. But it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I for one would very much like to know who this master of yours is, amongst other things.
As long as our purposes align, what matter my affiliation?
It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all of the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments.
A companion now, am I?
Okay. I believe we got 3 quests left of this thing. The Fate of Stars.
I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The Vieth Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of Allagan technology. While it is true that the Vieth suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Azzi-LLA's defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to, Pray excuse the interruption, but a call to this link pearl can only come from one of your fellow Scions, Archon Wishtala. What news? And you are quite certain they have broken through? Yes, of course. We shall leave immediately. It would seem the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Garleans have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Urianger placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Archon Wishtala requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I have informed the other Scions of this development.
Okay, get back to the research facility. I hate this part of the quests where it's like, oh yeah, go back to where you just were, like 5 minutes ago. It's such an annoying thing. Like, I guess it makes sense, but at the same time, it's also just annoying because it's like, oh yeah, head back and forth between places. Why do I feel so tired? Not like I didn't sleep as much as I probably should have. Like, I think I got what? I'm trying to like figure out. It's been at around 2 and I woke up at 9, I think it was. So that means I got how many hours? 7, I think.
I see we are the first to arrive. No matter. Your colleagues should be here anon. They were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. Had the Garlean slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archon Wishtala set forth for Azilla when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he has yet to find his prize.
Oh yeah, I remember this part now. It's like a solo duty. If I'm not mistaken.
Well met, Unikal High, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly, Shauna. We shall all be glad of your presence should we meet with the Vieth Legion, as seems all but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Aleg's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Urianger sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. Not singular enough, it would seem. I would be surprised if the Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already.
'Tis passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance with the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Charlayan. Naught was left to chance. Naught. 'Tis well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surpassing swiftness, is. 'Tis passing strange.
That it is, Urianger, but 'tis a mystery for another day.
Archon Wishtala has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Allegans to harness primal energies. Of particular concern is the Genesis expression, an etherochemical formula that allowed the scholars of Ur to create substance from nothingness.
I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance?
He did furnish me with that morsel, yes. And knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We have been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of an entire legion.
I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unikal High. Surely safeguarding secrets should take precedence over slaying Legat uses? Kryle's sentiments reflect my own. Yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Urianger? Urianger?
Forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, milady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter.
Right. I've enabled the facility's teleporters. Shall we? You dwell on the matter of the barrier.
I do. Verily, 'twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the brainchild of the head of the students of Baldician himself. Even the most learned Archon would require some several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself.
Okay, so we got a...
The terminal has been activated.
So we basically do either normal, easy, or very easy. I'm gonna do the easy. Or not easy, normal. That's what I meant. I don't know why I said easy. So I do remember this thing being apparently a bit long.
The Garleans strike for the heart of the facility, and the Legatus spearheads their charge.
We must be swift in our pursuit. legatus himself is here. After him.
And left.
I shall contend with this foe. Press onwards, my comrades.
Okay. So Urianger is going to take care of that.
There. It's Van Hydrus.
In the name of the Emperor!
Shauna. Kryl needs you.
Mistress Kryl. Go. I will stand guard over Mistress Kryl. You must keep the legatus from his prize.
We leave her in your care, then. You'd best keep her safe, Unical High.
Okay. Got the 6th Legion Colossus.
Quickly. Inside the barrier.
Kill it. Detonate. Yes.
The central laboratory should be up ahead. Let's hurry along, shall we?
Isn't as long as I remember.
After the legatus.
It's because of my higher level or something, or better gear that affects it.
And still they come. Press on, Shauna. I will handle this.
I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head.
Okay.
Savages. Savages.
We'll just get to get these turrets. I'm surprised that there's no audio or music.
Can you withstand this? There is nowhere to run! Can you withstand this?
Like, remembering him being way
My weapons inhibitors exist
difficult.
for a reason. But I will not lose to you again.
Okay, just finish your
Magic
cast.
enhances my blade work tenfold. You cannot hope to win.
Okay. Synced. Guess that's the end of the duty.
Shauna. The Tamelith is unbreached, then? Kryl.
My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path.
And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act.
And Uraja is also here now.
What madness afflicts you Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the icons and their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the White Raven, Legatus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Alig, and invited the calamity in so doing. This star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man, a warmongering savage least of all. Have care, boy, you speak of my Emperor. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause.
Well, well. I appear not to be dead. Kryl. I may have cracked a rib, or two. But I'll be fine. Honestly.
Our foes gave no quarter. Had Unikal High stinted in his defense of thee, thou mayest be certain thy hurts would be far worse. I could do no less. Mistress Kryl is here at my behest, after all. The secrets of Alig are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the Legatus will return to Garlemald till the prize he coveteth lieth in his grasp.
Then we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Kryl and I will place additional seals upon the Tamelith. Unikal High. I appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you.
"'Twas not.
Oh, please. It was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is "You're welcome."
You are welcome.
Okay. Speak with him.
Urianger, are the new wards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come unto thee in secret, that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? I would speak with the one who undid my subtlest magecraft, he who invited an imperial legatus into this facility, in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the warrior of light. You accuse me of masterminding this day's events? The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the legatus of the Vth Legion into a trap from which he was not intended to emerge. 'Tis plain to me now that thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mistress Kryl was ignorant. Whence then did the legatus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there is the matter of mine unraveled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such. Assuming these accusations have merit, what then? Full many times and oft doth the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose, 'tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with Shana or Mistress Kryl, 'tis like that we would have closed the trap with less risk to life, and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alagizbate. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou so pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of the star is an end too vast for any one of us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions precipitating some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My sincerest apologies, Shana. Urianger is correct in his suspicions, it was I who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgive Unakalhai this transgression, and keep mention of it from Mistress Kryl. 'Twould be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their budding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom.
There you are, you rotten idler. When Weishtala realized we were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid.
Never mind the warring triad, I have awoken Archon Weishtala's tempestuous wrath. In supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence.
Don't piss off her.
Come, Shana. It is time we return to the Rising Stones.
Don't piss off the cat. Okay. Back to Mordona. Revenant's Toll and the Rising Stones, and then we're gonna get sent back here to the other place in order to unlock another trial, which is going to be P1 T6, which I do know that I can solo on Blue Mage at least. I don't remember if I actually have gotten the spell from there. I think I have. Sure, I've gotten the spell from there. Because the only reason I know that I can solo that one is because there's a spell that you can get from that place, which I... That's not that one, it is... Which one is it again? Why do I not remember the name of it? Or did I just not get it? Actually, check here. We have a site where I basically used to keep track of a bunch of things that I collected. Okay, I didn't get that one yet. It's basically an attack called a Quasar from P1 T6, so I guess I can do that one solo. Just to see if I can get attack.
Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. As a gesture of repentance and a sign of good faith, allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianger suggested, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Regardless, I would use my gift for the self-same purpose, the salvation of this star. And nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I know only too well. What I am about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the realm's champions to use a stone known as Oricide to contain the power of primals. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection, its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into fiends of endless appetite. Insatiable in their hunger for ether, they ultimately went to war, over the star's ever-dwindling life force, and fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Urianger so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master, too, cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world.
Alright. I'm kind of thinking of maybe taking a very short break just so I can go and get some tea, because despite the fact that I have gotten like a 7 hours of sleep and everything, I'm still feeling a little bit tired, so I kind of want to get some tea. Also just because it would be kind of nice to have some tea, drink. Yeah. Let's go over to this one. Let's see. Where do I change this stuff? Let's go with this. It's just, I'll be back in like around 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more. Let me actually just add a one of these. Around 10 minutes. Damn, I'll basically just be back in like around 10 minutes, so at around 140. Because it's almost like 1:30 now, so around 1:40 I should hopefully be back. SMT, and we'll continue with the last two quests from the Warring Trad. Yeah. See you guys in just a little bit. Okay, I'm back. So, let us continue with the quest. Balance onto all.
Warrior of Light, if this world is to survive, we must needs move forward with our plan. Another pillar of the warring triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Wishtala detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, known simply as the goddess in former times. Such readings can mean only one thing. She is close to awakening. Let us return to Azla forthwith and put an end to this primal deity lest she rise again in all her terrible glory.
Okay. Back to the flagship. Like, I don't mind traveling places, but if a quest goes like, oh yeah, you need to travel to the same location like every single time throughout the entire quest line, that starts getting a little bit annoying. Like, what they at least could have done would have been something like, oh yeah, you just like do the quest up here, all of them, and you don't have to go back to the Rising Stones every time. Because this is just a little bit of a pain in the ass to have to do. Like every single time it's like, okay, teleport back here, fly all the way up here. And then after you've done that, it's back to the Rising Stones, complete the quest, and then right back here again. Or maybe not right back here, but at least then over here. Which isn't really that big of a difference. Okay, so rendezvous with them. And we just need to head down here.
We appear to be the first to arrive. Shall we await our colleagues here? Could the Vieth Legion have returned?
Shauna. Unikal High. We're under attack. Wishtala and Urianger have engaged the foe not far from here.
Who is that?
Ha! Rarely is my shield thus tested. 'Twould seem the Alligans have not been lax in their recruitment.
First Demiurge. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Think you so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you lay idle.
Second Demiurge. I'm guessing the third Demiurge or something.
Still your tongues. We have stalled them long enough. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise and righteously cast off her cursed pall that she, with wrathful wormking at her side might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Hear my words and despair, Alligans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization has birthed the instruments of its own undoing.
"'Tis well that you are here, Shauna. I should like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not?"
"'Twas a Mercidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for our antagonists' meaning, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo."
The one with the shield seemed to think we were Alligans. He recited what sounded like a verse of prophecy, then claimed that their goddess is awoken. Is that about right, Shauna?
That sounds about right.
And might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple?
Aye. From their tongue, their words, and their attire, 'tis like that our antagonists were Mercidian, thralls to the goddess Sophia and victims of the Allagan's incursions. If, as Kryl claimeth, they thought us agents of Allag, 'tis little wonder that they sought to bring us low. You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment? Then we have no choice but to accept word of her awakening as truth.
Gods help us. The warring triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, Shauna and her friends won't stand a chance. Let us be about it, then. Shauna, Kryl, Unikalhai, the three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Urianger and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls.
Okay.
Mistress Kryl, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety?
Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand, the goddess shall arise and righteously cast off her cursed pall that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side might judge and then spring balance unto all.
Okay. Okay, use the duty finds to confront Sophia in Containment Bay P1T6. And I kind of want to do that as Blue Mage, although now that I think about it, I don't have access to that. Okay, first of all, load solo. Let's see, I'm thinking I'd kind of like to find a healer, perhaps, that I could ethereal mimicry on. But I kind of prefer it if I could do that somewhat close to here, in case I need to like all the way back or head back here. Question is just, where would I find anyone in Azizla? I think the most obvious place would possibly be down here, like the entrance. Basically, we just would very much like to have Bomb Cure be as powerful as possible, possibly also Exuviation, although that one doesn't really matter as much. But I would basically just like to have like one of the ethereal mimicries on, preferably either healer or DPS. This doesn't seem like there's really any people around here. Let me try and check something. Search conditions. There's very few people here in Azizla. There's one blue mage. Oh. That person is the tank, so that doesn't really help. Basically only have DPS here. So it's gonna a whole lot for me if I want to get a as a dancer. I guess we're just gonna go with DPS then. It would have been a little bit nicer if I had a healer. That would have allowed me to just use Palm Care instead of White Wind, but yeah. Let me just think here. Let's see, I don't really need Ultra Vibration. Ram's Voice maybe could be potentially useful. I don't know about Flying Sardine. Bath Breath and Aqua Breath I don't really know if I'm going to be using. Let's see here. The attacks that I can think of that might be useful to bring along. Potentially bring Gobskin with me if I wanted to. Well, just going with this. So unrestricted party, Bay P1T6.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
I've actually never seen these cutscenes before. I basically just skipped through them first time I went through. Alright, let's just guard. Basic instinct. Total just for that couple of extra stuff. I think I just run the tournament and just start spamming. Okay, there's Quasar.
Know the full weight of death.
Full weight of death.
That's the attack that I basically just need to learn. cloudy heavens. Don't know what that does.
My faithful.
Come forth, scales of revelation.
Turn off the entire speech stuff. Alright.
I would
Phase
know
2.
the weight of your souls.
Time for the scales. There's basically 2 large scales out here on the sides that will get things put on them, and if
Can you bring
I don't stand in the right
equilibrium?
place, I basically get knocked
I shall
off.
tip back the balance.
It's basically gonna drop a meteor over there, which is gonna tip it down that way. I need to make sure that I'm standing in the right spots when those things happen.
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
No more meteors so far. Okay, there's more that are falling over on the left side than the right. Should mean that, yep.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
I need to make sure that I don't stand in front of the thing there. More on the right side of the arena. You're supposed to basically kill this guy as fast as possible.
My revelations are lost.
Right. Now the question is just, did we learn the spell? Doesn't look like it. Let's see, that would have been spell number 97 or 79. What I meant, and yeah, didn't get it. Oh well. Oh, get out of here. Like 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Not bad.
I see the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Kryl and Unikalhai have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have the answer to that.
We discovered the remains of a Garlean soldier in an adjacent sector of the containment facility. 'Tis like that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion, and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if any were needed, as to the incalculable threat posed by these beings. The goddess would not even have been conscious when she claimed the man's will. And yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, and would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder that the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Kryl discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check. A flaw which had plainly been added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together the story. It was a time towards the end of the Third Astral Era, when the peoples of Merisidia faced extinction at the hands of the Alagan Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within Alag who, we believe, agreed to tamper with the prison intended for Sophia. And then the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this had always been their plan.
Indeed. The prison was situated at the heart of Alag, and we think they intended to attack the city from within. They would merely have had to wait for the rebels to exploit the weakness in their confines.
But the conspirators' dealings with the Merisidians were exposed before they could enact their plot, and all were summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop, and, subsequently the Garleans.
I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass had their scheme been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy.
Kryl hath the right of it. Its words may be deciphered thus: the cursed Paul speaketh of Sophia's prison, from which she was supposed to emerge at the agreed hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner, whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alag to set right the scales of justice.
A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would surely have razed the realm. Naught would have been spared the devastation, the Merisidians' homeland included.
Their home already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wished for naught else but to purge the poison of Alag with primal fire. The tale Tiak hate us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Alagans were fools to place their trust in technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable. Naught save their total destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones, and there consider the final step of this most needful task.
Okay, back to the Rising Stones, and he's gonna think or
The
say
threat
something.
posed by this facility is far greater than you imagine, Urianger, and one not limited to the icons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down. Warning. Deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated.
Okay. Let's see. Anyway, back to Mordona. And complete this quest, and then go another quest that sends us back here again, because that's great game design. might as well just switch back to ninja.
Is Artemis, warrior of light. Archon Wishtalo mentioned that there was a matter she wished to discuss.
Okay.
Well met, Shauna. You will forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. This was your doing?
It was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Alligans were not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies, they were conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you'll recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for the successful construction of an artificial celestial body.
You speak of Dalamud.
The icons' cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls, a distasteful task unbefitting one such as the warrior of light. Thus did I resolve to perform the deed myself.
You have made your case, and 'tis apparent that we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of what may or may not be expected of Shauna is presumptuous in the extreme. When the warrior of light chose to join the Scions, she did so in the knowledge that she would be required to face and destroy not only the primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you term a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden which every Scion is sworn to shoulder.
I see 'twould seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve.
No matter. Assuming I have made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Garlean soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the facility by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the Vieth Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legatus's mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regula Van Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose through the favor of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fail.
That they would be so reckless. You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis?
Aye, and that they pose no less a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Allag from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement.
Okay. Also, apparently I got a friend request from someone. I don't really know who this is, but I guess sure. I have no idea who this actually is, but alright. Alright. The last pillar to fall.
Greetings, warrior of light. But one pillar of the warring triad remains, XIV, the icon known as the demon. According to the histories I have uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Merisidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining XIV's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such thralls will be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors which only you, Kryl, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Azilla forthwith and aid the investigations.
And go to the flagship. Again, this is like... I'll say this again. If a person decides to be a game developer, please do not do these things that are annoying as hell for players. Try to minimize repetitive bullshit. It is just like wasting time. Just kind of things like repeatedly going to the same place over and over again. Despite the fact that you could basically just make the entire quest, like all of the quests just take place in this, in the same location, so that instead of going here every single time, you could just be like, oh, the quests are just located up here or down here, instead of having to go like teleport all the way back to Mordona, talk to someone inside of the inner sanctum of the Rising Stones, just like teleport back to Azilla, to Helix, fly all the way up here. Like you could just have made it like a little bit less of a pain. It's kind of the same thing with like escort quests. If you decide to make an escort quest, you better make sure that the character that you're escorting is able to move at your speed, just your normal running speed, because if you don't, you deserve a fucking slap. It's such a fucking idiotic thing to be like, oh yeah, the character you're escorting is moving slower than your running speed, but faster than your walking speed. Like, if you do that shit, you deserve a fucking slap. I don't care what your intentions are. I don't care if you're like the greatest fucking game developer ever. If you do that stuff, you deserve a slap. Because don't do that shit. It's annoying. Like, I feel like most people that play games will agree that there are certain things in games that you should just never do. And despite the fact that that is like some of these things are just like well known for, like, you do not do these things. They're dumb as hell. They're annoying as hell for us, as like for all of us who are like playing the games. Despite the fact that those things happen, or are the case, they still happen in games sometimes. Like, why? You would assume that most people that make games know that these things, like most of those people who make games, you would assume have played games and would know that, hey, this decision is fucking stupid. It's gonna be annoying. So why would you make that decision? I don't get it.
Shauna, it is good we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops.
Okay.
By their standards did we judge them soldiers of the XIV. Aye, once more doth Regula Van Hydra stretch forth his hand to seize the forbidden fruits of Alleg. And once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome wards were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of XIV have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master.
The demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of her thralls have been more widespread than we thought?
They shared a common enemy. 'Tis not unthinkable that they would seek to free all those the Alligans had imprisoned. Yes, yes, the cage doors are open. And whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent Zervan's servants from waking him in the fullness of his power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it is time that I rejoin them.
But you cannot hope to succeed. The icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near.
Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. You propose an alliance. I have delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. These mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice have you bested me in combat. Will you now lend me that strength, and stand against our mutual foe?
'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that Isael was lost to us. You expect us to simply forgive and forget all that has come before?
I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment. But, of course, I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Ice Maiden. We pursued our ideals, and you pursued yours, such was the result. And mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put aside past grievances to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tremulous foundations. I, too, am hesitant to accept this arrangement, Archon Wishtala. But the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and 'tis her involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by Shauna's decision.
Servant must be stopped. I cannot fight alongside the Empire. Servant must be stopped. Let's just go with that one.
Then for better or worse, we shall fight at your side.
Mistress Kryl and I are also resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way.
Okay. So...
Our companions have already passed through to the research facility. We should not lag behind.
The demon stirs.
Like a suckling babe, he feedeth upon the ether siphoned unto him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of this sustenance. Then we destroy those devices.
Hold. Witness your soldiers.
They have turned one against the other. Even half awake, Zervan corrupts and converts those who enter his aura.
The three of us, then. Shauna, Unikal High, we rush in together and each disable a generator. We cannot give them the chance to rally a defense.
There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We, all of us, have pledged our lives to Keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen, some may yet survive with their minds intact. I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike.
Gods, XIV is unequal high.
Rard.
Okay, he is very strong to be able to parry that. Okay, never mind. I doubt he's gonna survive that.
He slumbers once more.
You saved me. Why? I told you, boy. Yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift the Emperor may one day have need of in his war upon these untamable icons. Emperor Varese, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill, XIV. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of his very life, the legatus hath prized open for us a window of opportunity.
Okay. There's some of the soldiers over here.
The research facility crawls with XIV's faithful, and they will not cease in their efforts to rouse him. If you would honor the legatus's sacrifice, then you must slaughter those fiends to the last. Forgive me if I show little gratitude for my rescue. It is said that the Emperor and Van Hydrus were childhood friends. Foul fortune that we should be the ones to bring news of his death.
I had thought Regula a cold and ruthless man, but he showed surprising compassion for his soldiers. And it also seems he placed great trust in his emperor. If Regula could be convinced that the technology for containing primals is fatally flawed, then mayhap Varese can be convinced as well. 'Tis not often that I dare approach so closely to entities such as XIV. How sharply am I reminded of the burden we place upon those whom are blessed with the echo.
These wounded soldiers will live, but further battle is beyond them. I have counseled them to remain here until their compatriots arrive to bear them home.
Okay. The cutscene.
He's dead. Had I only been stronger.
Enough of that. There'll be time for regrets after we've rid the world of XIV. Kryl has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into torpor for now, but we must act swiftly if Regula's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility, and we must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the icon.
Let us then concentrate upon diverting them from their task. Mistress Kryl and Master Unical High, prithee secure the controls to Zurban's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Archon Wishtala and I shall forge ahead, and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of Light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions, and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself.
Okay. Okay. Enter C1 TD or T9. Just throw a button. And we might as well just do that in a not unrestricted party. Okay, less than 5 minutes. Huh. Kind of surprised by that of a wait time. Seems a bit strange why it would be that low, considering that most trials as DPS usually take way longer. I'm currently just looking at some of the spells for Blue Mage that I still have left to learn. Maybe just trying to figure out like which ones could I potentially get right now. I should probably also look into maybe more stuff that I can unlock here today, because I do believe I still have some trials that I could unlock. Let's see. It's this one. Or this quest line, which is only 2 actually. It's nice. Should unlock that one. There's basically a trial that I can unlock from a so-called party hunter in the Kugan. I'm thinking I should maybe try and do. I can also see that that is it basically unlocks a trial called the Great Hunt, and also if you do the quest after that, the Great Hunt Extreme. And that basically contains some armor that have male and female variants, and I believe all of those were basically part of the like list of items that are now getting basically made into not male and female restricted armors. That's nice. There's also 3 Occasion rolls related to that whole thing. Some like housing items. Apparently a guy called a smithy, which is apparently where you get all of the armor and most of the like other items, like the housing items, potential mount if you don't get it as a drop, Occasion rolls. Nice. I'm kind of curious, can some of those things drop? Okay, so you get those from that trial. What about this one? Does that drop other things? Okay, so this one can drop the pet. Something extra, the mount. And a Castrian roll. Okay. There's basically just certain things that you cannot buy from the so-called smithy unless you do the like the trial on extreme, it seems, because that basically drops a certain crafting item. Let's see. Also have several trials that are related to the so-called Four Lords questline, which is basically the one that Tadaru and Zoroban have been talking a little bit about. We apparently unlocked several things by doing that. There's 2 dungeons and 3 trials that you unlock. There's also an orchestrion roll. I don't know if you get both things, but there's also super potion, super ether that you get, 3 of each. I don't know if it's like you select one of them or you get both of them. And then there's also an emote that you get, and also a housing item by doing all 4 previous quests in the lineup. And all of those trials, of course, also have extreme versions. Be nice if stuff would actually, like, if this dungeon would actually pop. They could get going. Let's see, what dungeons can I actually unlock still here? Actually, what have I not unlocked yet? Just in general. Let's see. Let's see if Heaven's Sword. For some reason, Heaven's Sword still says that I haven't completed the Boring Triad, like, fights, but I have. Don't really know why it doesn't say that I've done that. On XIV to-do.com. Apparently it's something to do with it not being able to recognize that I've done it based on, like, achievements. Something, I don't know. Let's see here. In terms of, let's see, in terms of Stormblood, I still have, what is this? 6 dungeons left that I need to unlock, 2 of them being hard versions of Heavensward ones. And then there is that 4 trials that I still need to unlock. And then there's, of course, all the extreme versions of all the trials. And I also need to do all of the raids, which there is the Royal City of Bannister, I think it is. They were the Ridorana Lighthouse and the Bona Monastery, I think it is. Then there's, of course, the Omega raids and the like high-end ones for Stormblood, which is the Savage versions of the Omega raids and also the unending coil of Bahamut and the weapons refrain, both of which are ultimate raids. Some of the hardest content in the game. Yeah. That's gonna be some stuff that's difficult. Let's see here. Guess if I wanted to, I could just go and unlock some more of the Stormblood thingies that I haven't done. The sightseeing points. I don't really know if I have time for that. Yeah, there's a chance that it'll just pop immediately when I start doing that. But I have to say, the average wait time was not accurate at all with the like, oh, it's gonna be less than 5 minutes. It's now been over 10. That's a nasty sound. Ew. Sounds so wet. Oh well, I guess we can just, do the Stormblood thingies, because might as well. Okay, so let's see here. I want to hit to, let's see, the fringes, the castrum here. Alright, so let's see here. There is supposed to be one right up here, which is number 4 on the list. Gonna assume that it is lightly. Is it? Yep, there it is. The nice thing is, I know that I'm missing all of them. So let's see. We essentially have one up here, which is the one we just got. There's one down here. One up around here. One that seems to be around here. One down here on the bridge. One all the way down here. One up here at the peering stones, and then one all the way up here, it seems. So there should apparently be one around. There it is. I was thinking it would maybe be inside, but I guess not. Right. Over to the bridge. I believe it was something called Castrum Veladina. Yep, Veladina. Yeah, just gonna assume, but maybe very top here. Wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Like either up on one of these bridges or not. I guess not then. There it is. Okay, let's head down to the one near the yawn. should apparently be around this spot. And then we can fly up to the Peering Stones. I'm thinking up here, then this one, and then finally this one, and then we can go to Ralga's Reach, because there's some in there as well. Okay, so I guess it is supposed to be up around... There it is. Okay. And let's see, Peering Stones. It's most likely up in the cave, I'm assuming. Just up here. I don't even know what else it could be up here. I didn't even know that this was a place. That's graves. Those are graves. Up on top here, then. Ah, yep. So apparently it should be in this general area. I'm gonna assume maybe on top of some of this, or maybe inside. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, there it is. Then it's over to here, XIV. I think that's how it's pronounced at least. Looks like it's on this sort of rock area. Maybe it's just right down there, I don't know. It's either, I'm assuming either there or over at that. Oh, usually right there. I'm assuming then that's... The picture is going to be something like showing that. Yep, pretty much. And also, that thing. That looks weird, as if like there's a blast that's just gone like through. Just singeing everything, like as if there was a blast from there just going through that entire mountain there. Oh. The last one should go here, and I'm assuming possibly up here or maybe higher. Be on top. Have I already gotten this one? Oh, that vista, this is the number 3. Is it inside then? Ah. Okay, that should have been all of the ones in the fringes. I think we can go ahead and do the ones in Ralga's Reach, of which there are 2, and I've gotten one of them already. That being on the pillar right as you enter on the right. And apparently there is one sort of in the middle in a way. Apparently up around here-ish. Okay, that one's up there. How the fuck do you get up there? What? thinking maybe you can get on top of all this and like run out there, but that doesn't seem right. Maybe you can somehow climb up there, but there doesn't seem to be any logical way of getting up there, at least to me. The only other way I can think would be if you could somehow get up there and like run across. That doesn't seem possible either. Let's try and get some information on this thing. Okay, there's apparently a jumping puzzle at around... It starts at 10.1 or 10.1 and then 9.3. Over there is apparently a jumping puzzle that I can do. Get up there. Ah, I think I see it now. Damn it. Come on. Get up there again. Damn it, I keep getting up. Every time I seem to get up there, I just like, I don't know, bonk my head on something and just fall. Okay. Almost fell there. Nice. Yeah, at least that one wasn't as bad as the Krugana one. The tower, although this one is also like way shorter. Get up. And with this, difficult jumps. Okay, so that means we got all the ones in Drago's Reach, because the other one was number 46. And we already have that one. That was the destroyer. That was like over there somewhere. So let's see, we're missing all the ones in the peaks. Let's see, let's switch over to the peaks map thing that I have open, and let's see, where is the nearest? There it is, nearest Aetherite. kind of want to exit out this way. I'm basically thinking of doing them in the following order. There's one around here, and there's one down around here, it seems, on that small island there. And there's one up here-ish, one this area, I think it might be in here. Then there are two close proximity down here, it seems. Then there's one out here, one around here, one up here, then one down here. Let's go ahead and get those. Let's see here. The first one is right there. Next up is the one on that, I don't know what to call it. Like it would, gonna call it like island, but I know it's more of, I don't know, like a plateau of sorts, most likely. Since it's not really an island, this situation. But I usually just think of them more as like island-esque things, considering that this like darkened area usually means, or is often meant, just water. Can't traverse. Okay. Up to Elegana. And I'm gonna assume that it's likely up on this sort of raised area, I'm thinking. Maybe up there? Ah, yep. At least that seems unreachable unless you have flying. Then I might as well go for this one. Although, maybe I need to go all the way around, unless I can just fly over this part. Unless I don't need to. It might just be like right up there. Yep, it is. Seems like the ideal place to put a sightseeing location. Okay, let's see. Then we got two of them down in this general area. Both of them seem to be close. This one seems to be like up around here, and the other one down here. I assume then. That should mean that it's that tower that I need to deal with. Let's see here. Oh, there's one of them. Land on this. Actually, it should be on the other side of this. Or maybe up above. Ah, there it is. Alright, let's check here then. We have one there, one there, one there, and then one there. So we might as well just take them in that order. And the average wait time has gone up to like 25 minutes, and we've almost waited 30 minutes now. Jesus. Okay, I'm actually curious how many are we missing. We are missing 4, so we are actually gonna finish up this now. Nice. Also, I didn't realize that this was the location up here. terms of mend. Actually a pretty neat little location. Alright, let's see here. I think I'm gonna quit and change up the order. Instead of doing this one first, this one is gonna be the last one that I do, because that way I just get the achievements in the quote-unquote correct order. So let's see, I need to find... there it is. Because if I get this one and the next one, the one that is down here is supposed to be number 9.
Beasts before me, beasts behind.
Cold heart, the rest of it. It's that right there. Yeah, once I get this one, I should be getting an achievement. Yep. For the sites, we'll see. Just we're doing 1 to 45, then 46 to 62 gives us Crimson Explorer, which the one that I'm about to get down here is over at, what's this place called again? Alakiri is number 49, the last one we're missing. Also, I actually never noticed there was this giant ass crystal here. There it is. Just like land on it. Yep. All business recorded. Nice. So now we have the Crimson Explorer title. Nice. And we don't need to do any more sightseeing stuff until Shadowbringers and Endwalker, which doesn't have any rewards. Which is honestly a little bit disappointing. Hey, that actually is a bit weird. Why is there Darksiders 1, but there's no number 2? I'm curious about something now. When was the sites we'll see introduced? That was introduced in patch 4.1. Why is there no, like, number 2 for Darksiders? That seems a bit weird. Because as far as I'm currently looking at the sightseeing log achievements. Let's see. The ones for Realm Reborn were basically added in patch 2.28. I'm assuming that's when sightseeing logs were introduced. Then the Out of Sight, Out of Bounds one for Heavensward, which was for the 1 to 42 entries. That was introduced at the very start in 3.0. And then the second one was introduced in 3.1. The same was basically the case for Stormblood. where the first one was introduced in 4.0 and the second one was introduced in 4.1. But why is there a Darksiders 1 but no number 2, and we're like about to get 6.1, but there's not a like achievement for number 2? What? That's weird. I think we need to try and search for that. Can't seem to find anything regarding that, but that just seems a bit strange. Also, are there just no one queuing up for this trial, like, at all? Apparently people are just going up for Castrum Fulminus. Or Fluminous, so I guess that's because it's the target, apparently, with the blue log. Yep, apparently. So since it's the weekly target, you get 150 and 200 allied seals. Apparently it needs to be a full group of blue mages, seems. Did do the emanation one, but that was because some people were basically recruiting for it because they wanted to get a spell. Is there any of the others? Nope, I haven't done any others because I guess the check marks like just cover everything. Why does this queue have to be so long? Damn it. And there's a person trying to do Alexander Burden of the Father. It's Mount Farm. I didn't know that Alexander had a mount. Here, Vita Salvage. Oh wait, that's not. That's the wrong one. That is Gordius that I'm supposed to be looking at. Burden of the Father Savage. Okay, so that's what it is. There's apparently an item that can drop from the Burden of the Father Savage, which is called the Godwalker Gear. which basically gives you the Gob Walker mount. Okay. Can't really do that right now, and I don't know if I'm actually strong enough on my character in order to participate in Burden of the Father Savage when it's only 2 people. So yeah. Plus there's also only a chance of it dropping. So not gonna do that. Games, just let there be some. Why am I the only one that's fucking queuing, apparently, according to this? God damn it. Knows, maybe I can actually solo it. I have no idea, but maybe. You know what, let's actually try and check something here. Let's see. What are the mechanics of this trial specifically? Just kind of want to figure out if it's maybe possible for me to solo it or not. So honestly, I'm getting tired of waiting for this queue to pop. My god, is it taking forever? Let's see here. Try and quickly search for like if it's possible to do solo, even. Let's see. Thinking might as well try See if I can do it solo. I think I might need to do it as Blue Mage though. Just to have some heals. Because Paladin is probably not going to be good enough for me right now. And Paladin is basically just the only other class that I have that could do this with enough damage and also have healing. That would maybe also be in a high enough level. Just need to find some players somewhere that I could steal some stuff from. That's a white mage, that would actually be ideal. Because that would also allow me to get rid of White Wind and grab Conquer instead. This is honestly just taking way too fucking long. I don't want to have to wait fucking 30 minutes plus for a fucking trial that I've already completed at least once, just not solo. Okay, I also kind of, to an extent, remember some of the mechanics, but not fully. I know
there's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zervan now.
To an extent, remember some of this. I know that there's something about platforms ranking during the start here. And then there's stack mechanics and such. That's about it. Okay, so Fighting Guard, Basic Instinct.
Initiating final disengagement sequence. All non-combat personnel are advised to evacuate. Mine age of slumber is at an end. 1,000,000 suns may set. But the insult of mine imprisonment hath been etched upon mine eternal memory. I am come to mete out justice, to bestow the blessings of victory unending. I am Zervan, he who standeth above all other gods, he who shall bring slaughter and ruin. Disengagement sequence complete. Subject, Zervan is released from containment.
Okay, it's breaking out. Here.
Good and evil, the war eternal.
The fires of anger roar and howl.
My doubt is fled.
What sword does. Okay, don't stand in that. And then there's the stack mechanic. Can't do much about that one. I'm gonna just heal through it, I guess. You can't believe don't stand in front of that.
Sorrow's chill doth all become ice.
Okay, I'm assuming don't stand in that. It doesn't have a bleed effect on.
I am
Come beyond your petty morality. Death's gaze is fixed upon you.
So don't stand in that.
I shall rise
above all.
Bear witness to my will.
To my will.
So kill these things before this fluid break bar fills up, I guess. Okay, I'm assuming, don't let that thing cast its spell. Obsidian meteor. Alright, that thing needs to die first. Okay, they have a damage up buff, apparently.
Frozen in time, mine armor of flame. Unto eternity's end, my righteous reign. Bow to mine infallible judgment.
Infallible judgment.
Okay.
Graven in flesh,
In
the brand
endless
is
torment.
Oh, gonna heal up. But that one, that's a tank quest, I'm pretty sure it's like several times. Okay, I'm marking with eyes. I think I'm supposed to stand in these things with eyes. I got to remove the stacks there, that's not good. Also, I just saw that dodge I completed, got about total. And looks like there. Soar. Those are gonna come down, make that cross shape. It's gonna say boom on me. And stack marker, please don't kill me outright. Okay, good.
Suffer in endless torment.
Mark with eyes again. Seem to remember at least it being that you need to stack up with these things. You basically need to stack with the element that you're assigned.
obligation cost me this contest. Suffer in endless torment.
That's a lot of damage. Okay, another broken seal. We're gonna have so many vulnerability stacks from this. Holy shit. I don't think it's possible for me to actually solo this. I'm taking too many vulnerability stacks to basically survive. And my damage is also just a bit too low. Just to solo it. Damn it. Okay, so that basically just means that I either have two options. I can either queue up again as DPS, or I could go in as tank and hope that that would maybe allow me to get a fight a little bit faster. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, I was doing the meteors correctly, I just couldn't prevent all the vulnerability stacks. You know what? I'm gonna go in this tank because I kinda just want a faster queue if that's possible. Because this is taking way too fucking long. I've already wasted like probably 45 minutes on this shit. It's just that it's gonna be faster or something. So we got at least one tank, one TPS, and it says less than 5 minutes. But I'm calling fucking bullshit on that, because that like average wait time is not accurate at all, it seems. At least from what I've experienced so far. Who knows, maybe it's also because it's like the time of day that it's like in the afternoon. Somewhat the early afternoon, I guess. Plus it's also up towards a like patch release, so maybe people are just doing other things than this, I guess. The problem now is just that I kind of ran out of things that I can do, I'm pretty sure, because I can't really do hunts, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm pretty sure that if I try to do this, yep, not available. annoying. Yeah, honestly, that whole like, oh yeah, average wait time less than 5 minutes. I'm just gonna stop believing that, because that is an absolute complete lie, because that is not true. It's not 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. That I don't believe it. Let's see. Kind of curious. Ultimate weapon. What were these things that was? Oh yeah, the ultimate weapons. I actually kind of want to see how some of these look. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it might actually be the first weapons for, like, from A Realm Reborn. Like the first relic weapons, but just with like a special effect on them and glow and everything. I think they all sort of have this effect. They're just blue and have that glowing effect. It is a pretty difficult weapon or things to get, since yeah, it needs to basically beat the ultimate weapon raid, which is savage, and I think you can't just like overpower it, because I think it actually scales you down automatically to its specific like item level. Let's see. Oh. I'll say some of these actually look better than others. For example, I feel like the paladin weapons actually look pretty good with this. Just like the effect actually being very visible. How do you actually unlock the ultimate raids? I don't even know that. Let me see here. Raids. Stormblood. Let's see. Let's see here. I need to basically. Seems like I need to talk to the Wandering Minstrel Ikugane, and in order to unlock the Unending Coil of Bahamut, I need to have completed Belt Escape P4 Savage. That one's gonna be a while before I can do that. And then there's the ultimate weapons, or the weapons refrain ultimate, also known as Uwu. You need to have completed Sigma Escape before Savage. Okay. Okay. Did the Unending Coil of Bahamut have a player name for it? Nope. dots. Oh. Okay, apparently the things you get from her, or that you can get from the ultimate weapon is, I guess, this. The Dreadworm here. That is from the Unending Coil of Bahamut. Cool. There's like a whole dragon motif to it. Like spectral wings on the shield and such. Like the effect isn't as prominent as on the other one, but it's still there and it's like nice. The weapons do also like have a golden glow, which I think is somewhat rare for weapons to have. Plus also just like, I don't know what's called it, draconic sort of look to it with like horns and everything. There we go. Really finally wants a pop. Now the question is just, can I actually figure out how to do this as a tank somewhat decently? Let's just skip this one because we've already seen it. Okay. Okay, the Dark Knight is going as the main tank. Okay, so that part is gonna fall. I'm assuming this part is probably gonna be the next. Okay. Down.
Good and evil, the war eternal. My doubt is fled.
Okay. Okay, stack up. Okay, wave cannon, get out of that. And first got absolutely smacked by that because they guys didn't know that. And there's another sword. Oh, I got that thing again. Wait for the P point.
shall rise above all.
Okay, time to
Bear witness to
the next
my
part.
will.
Okay, then there's this thing. That needs to die first, but all else. I believe this is the one. Yep. Go. Fettered. And he does the whole
Bow
ice
to
thing.
mine infallible judgment.
And honestly, this is still a cool, like, little thing. It's been popping up, cutting the screen and everything.
Suffer in endless torment.
Okay, we got fire. So once he does the whole broken seal thing, yep. Let's make sure to move into the fire stacks. Okay, apparently some didn't really do it. Oh shit, our tank is dead. Bro. Why you coming over to me? Damn it.
Suffer in endless torment. If such is my fate.
Nice. We did it. Didn't really expect it to suddenly have to pick up the tank roll. There. Apparently I had to, because our tank just suddenly died there out of nowhere.
Incredible as always, Shauna. Hopefully that will be the last our world sees of the likes of Zervan. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring triad is complete.
An impossible feat had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts of Regula Van Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner, and possessed of far more formidable energies. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. 'Tis known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion.
And when next we meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. 'Twas an interesting exchange, nonetheless. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varys befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, and was highly impressed by his martial prowess. 'Tis common knowledge that Regula's rise to legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varys' unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior.
Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet, my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the warrior of light's side.
What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned that you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement?
If you knew of the path I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it.
Hey, gonna get some information on him, I guess. Okay, we're just staying here. So, let's back over to Ninja and back to the Rising Stones and finish up this entire quest line, because this is the final quest, and yeah. Alright, let's see, this way.
With your victory over Zurban, the warring triad is finally defeated. I am afraid, however, that mine own efforts have often been more hindrance than help. And you and your fellow Scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions.
Okay.
I promise to tell you of my journey. Of who I am. Of where I am from. The truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child, who, unlike you, never became a warrior of light. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half-grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale, the seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is known to you now as the Void.
Oh. Okay. Did not expect that.
Though Shauna knew not that I spoke of my homeland, I have explained to her before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Auracite. And the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for ether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends. And none who clung to the faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land's ether in ever greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness. An entire world unmade in an instant. The void scent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of life force remain. And as I lay dying, beaten, and broken in my failed last stand, 'twas a white-robed Asian who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. Elidibus has been my master ever since.
Oh.
At my mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, of the existence of mirrored worlds and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned to the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. In what spirit did this master proffer such a warning? A benevolent gesture? Or veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers. Yet no matter his intention, that Hydaelyn doth teeter on a knife's edge is an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given you to make? I chose to join my master, and act as his instrument on this star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated, I will see this world saved. And yet I hesitated at the most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light? In thine own words thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer leaveth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Uncle High, thou needest not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle.
The ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regula's loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called not less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that should I ever falter, Shauna and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back onto the right path if needed.
I see. In the days leading up to my world's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such comrades.
I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt. But look around you now, Uncle High. You're not alone anymore. Welcome to the science of the seventh dawn.
I actually did not expect this large amount of lore just to be dumped on us.
I will fulfill my promise to save this world. And when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me.
Like, I did not expect there to just be like, in this, like, 4 quest, like, side content, just be like, oh yeah, there's this guy is from, like, the Void. Like, he's from the Void. One of his mentors is one of the Asians. Like, what?
My apologies. This is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments.
I should hope you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger.
Yeah, you with your glasses and the hood and everything. Okay, and that's all done now. That just leaves us with these different quests. I don't remember actually. for the Unreal version, or not Unreal, extreme versions of the bay, different containment bays, did I have to do anything specific? Nope, just interact with the verification node, it seems. I should be able to just do this.
I have something for you, Warrior of Light. During our expedition to banish Sephiroth, I came across a certain relic, and I believe it would be put to best use in your hands. It is an Allagan device of the kind used to store information, in this case, the record of the furious conflict that took place on the shores of Murasidia between the icon Sephiroth and the forces of Allag. Should you present this tombstone to the verification node outside Triad Control, the node systems will analyze the various aspects of the conflict and create for you a false icon against which you can train. Consider it a sort of mock battle that presumes a Sephiroth who has broken free of his shackles. If I understand its workings correctly, the node should also be capable of manifesting a far stronger incarnation of the icon. This would mimic the catastrophic consequences were Sephiroth ever to absorb an additional source of energy, say, by defeating another member of the warring triad. A compelling challenge for a warrior of your ability, yes. You need not possess Mistress Kryle's knowledge of Allagan technology to begin this particular battle. Simply present the tombstone to the node on the flagship, and then follow the orb's instructions. I hope the experience brings you valuable insight, Warrior of Light.
So yeah, we just need to go and deliver that. This quest we just accepted, and the Deific Simulacrum and the Demonic Duplicate just give us the extreme versions of the containment bay trials. Only problem is just that the Diabolic Bismarck and Talk Around the Clock requires you to, I believe, complete these trials as well. Let me just quickly check if I'm not mistaken on that. Yeah, we need to go to some different people, speak with them, attune to an Aetherite, use the duty finder to basically complete the Limitless Blue and Talk Extreme. Then talk to someone and then speak with this guy again. So I'm not doing those right now. I would basically have to have a party ready for Extreme, because I'm not waiting through that. I'm not waiting through a duty finder for that. But I can unlock these since it just goes to the same thing. Interact with it, complete the quests.
I would like you to have this, Warrior of Light. It is an Allagan tombstone similar to the one we recovered after your victory over Sephiroth. The records contained within describe the goddess at the height of her power, and will enable XIV's reality augmentation technologies to generate an idealized simulacrum of Sophia against whom to test your skills. From what I have been able to determine, this formed part of a greater trial intended to test Allag's elite warriors. Quite how it will compare to the challenge presented by the Fiend's tombstone, I cannot say. I suppose there is only one way to be certain. Visit the verification node on XIVLA, and witness firsthand what awaited the champions of Eld.
Okay. And this one.
Whilst we were examining the controls for Zurvan's shackles, I found a tombstone that may be of interest to you, Shauna. Would you like to take a look? The information contained within this device appears to have been used to generate a simulated battle of grueling difficulty. Challengers would be pit against a simulacrum of Zurvan, the power of which had been enhanced to the icon's highest conceivable magnitude. It is described as the final trial for the most elite of Allag's warriors, intended to distinguish the truly exceptional among them. I have witnessed no champion more exceptional than the Warrior of Light. Are you not curious to see just how powerful Zurvan may have been? I urge you to visit the verification node, and undertake this ultimate test of the Allagan elite.
Okay. It's just all at the same locations. Let's hit there. basically think might as well just unlock it after all, since it takes like no time, and might as well just have them unlocked. Plus, if I want to and can find some people that actually want to help me with this, I could basically do like the farms of those three Heaven's Ward mounts. If I'm not mistaken, are the birds? Actually, remember how many birds are there again? Let's see. Just looking at that information regarding those mounts. For some reason it doesn't show how you get the special mount, but let's see. Regarding the trials we have, yes, maybe 7 ones. Like we have Thornton's Reign, Nidhogg's Rage. Then we have the Containment Base. Then we have Tugger's Tug and the Limitless Blue. So I guess just 7.
Activating verification systems. Combat simulation request acknowledged. Awaiting tombstone data.
It appears to be not more than a simple stone garland. Ironwork engineers insist it contains means of invaluable information gathered by the lost elegant empire, the subject of the fiend Sephiroth.
Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad, Sephiroth. Defining simulation parameters. Warning. Threat level, extreme. The Empire assumes no responsibility for death or injury resulting from participation in combat simulations. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating combat simulation. The Empire thanks you for volunteering to participate in the study. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent participants. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
Okay. Containment Bay S1 T7 Extreme is now accessible.
Activating verification systems. Enlistment program.
Basically just information on the subject of the goddess Sophia.
Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad, Sophia. Threat level, extreme. Successful applicants will progress to Elite Squad induction. Families of unsuccessful applicants will receive twice standard death benefits. Before initiating this program, Elite Squad applicants must agree to extensive physical modify. Data corrupted. Unable to verify input. Applicant agreement accepted. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating enlistment program. The Empire thanks you for your service. Post-mortem data will be used to improve the survival rates of subsequent applicants. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
Nice.
Activating verification.
And that's just more information on Demon Servon.
Data processed. Adversary, Warring Triad, Zervan. Threat level, Extreme. This is the final qualifying test for surviving Elite Squad enlistees. Participation is only permitted to candidates who agree to unrestricted biopsy procedures following the trial. Specifically, enlistees who successfully complete the program will be certified as genetically superior, and must submit to cell harvesting for subsequent cloning initiatives. Elimination trial survival rates are currently calculated at 1.9%. Activating reality augmentation. Initiating elimination trial. I
think that's just same as it always is, as it has said for the previous two. Okay. It's a fucking awesome, like, glamour, to be honest. Just, is that like pinkish purple? Colibri, pink, frog maid. Nice. Let's see. What to do now? Let's see. Let's see. We have how much time left do we have of the stream? We have around 2 hours and 15 minutes. Not a ton of time, but we could maybe unlock a few smaller things. See, there is the whole like the dungeons that are related to the whole if I can quickly find that, the Four Lords stuff. I think that's gonna take too much time, because that is, after all, 2 dungeons, 3 trials, maybe some more stuff. I don't honestly know. I don't even know how much steps are there in each of these quests. There's a lot. That's a lot of steps. Like for the first ones, they're just wait for go somewhere and just interact with something. Do the dungeon. Speak with 3 people, speak with another person, go somewhere specific, do a trial, speak with 4 different people, then you're done with that. The second quest is speak with 2 people, do a dungeon, deliver something to someone, speak with someone, and then do something with someone, speak with someone. That quest is done. And there's the third one, speak with 2 people, do a trial, speak with 2 people, that quest is done. And the last one that actually has any duties in it is speak with 2 people, do a trial, and speak with the person. And then the final quest, which just gives a, like, housing item, is you just speak to, how many is this? 7 different people. And that's gonna have to wait until some other day. Alright, let's try and see here. There are some Stormblood dungeons that I haven't unlocked yet. Let's try and see here which ones I am missing. Let's see, there is a dungeon known as Kokani Castle. There's the Fractal Continuum Heart, Saint Mocane's Arboretum Heart, and the rest are just tied to other things. I guess there was also that trial that I talked about earlier. I could unlock, which is, what is it? I need to do a quest called The New King on the Block. Which is literally just one quest I need to do, and then there's technically also a second one, which actually will just unlock the extreme version of that trial that it unlocks. Maybe we can go and do that. Let's see. The fractal continuum heart is unlocked in Ralgus Reach. Same goes for St. Kane's Arboretum heart. The one for Kugane Castle is in Kugane. And the one for that other trial, which is actually a crossover one, is in Kugane as well. Let's go to Kugane, I guess. Unlock some of that. See, I believe I've seen the Hearty Hunter before while I was climbing the tower. I think I spotted them while I was up on the balcony over there. Let's see. Yep, New King on the Block is over there. I don't really know about that one. Songs of the Key of Kugane, I don't really know what that one is either. King of the Castle? There's that one. That one I kind of want to do also. Just to unlock Pegasus. Plus it shouldn't take too long to do. So let's see, we have the Smithy and Hardy Hunter. That looks like some slightly different gear than what we're used to seeing. Although I think the sword is from Titan.
The hunt is on, my friend, and that means work for me and my hammer. My partner here's mainly in for the bounty, but he never fails to bring me back something for the forge. If you ever have something what needs smithing, maybe I can lend you a hand as well.
The New King on the Block. We don't know what the reward is. This hunter's unbridled enthusiasm can only mean one thing. The hunt is on.
Well, if it isn't my old rival, Shauna Majula.
Who are you?
Come at last to learn from a true hunter of elite marks, have you? Forgive me if I seem overly presumptuous. Being the renowned hunter that you are, I've always considered you to be a rival of sorts. A little healthy competition goes a long way in keeping one's skills sharp, you know. Gahaha, aye. But a hunter ain't worth shite without a smithy to keep him armed and armored. You'll have to excuse him. He's never been one for social graces. But he's a damn fine hunter, and what he brings back to the forge keeps me in business. Who has time for grace when game is afoot? Which reminds me, I have news of a quarry that may pique your interest. I recently came across a rather peculiar bill on the clan hunt board. Here, have a look. The bill depicts a crimson wyvern unlike anything you have ever seen. Unfortunately, further reading of the bill reveals nothing of its origins.
Yeah, that doesn't look like the normal bills we get. Or hunting things.
Strange, isn't it? Not only is the drawing unabashedly crude, the bill itself lacks the formality expected of anything approved by the Centurio clan. Still, a bounty is a bounty. Before setting out, though, I thought it wise to first confirm the details of the request, and therein lies the rub. The clansmen weren't even aware this bill had been posted. Likely the escapades of some mischievous youth, they said. But if this beast truly is out there somewhere, What manner of hunter would I be if I didn't go and find out? And from what I've been told, you're never one to back down from a chance at adventure. So how about it? Will you take up the hunt?
No time for rumors and heresy. And heresy, yeah, sure, count me in.
Every bit the thrill seeker I marked you for. Glad to hear it. To make things a little more interesting, what do you say we make this a race, to see who can slay it first? I'll even give you a hint to get you on your way. The beast we're after is a Rathalos, king of the skies they call it. From what I've gathered, it was last spotted somewhere around the XIV steppe. You're like to learn more if you speak with the locals at Reunion. As for me, I still need to prepare before I can head out, so consider this a head start. Good luck, Shauna, and may the best hunter win.
So we are dealing with a Rathalos. This is a Monster Hunter crossover, basically. Quest accepted. Yeah, for those who don't know, Rathalos is a... doing it extra fast, I see.
Ah, Shauna. Already on the hunt, are we? I suggest you move quickly. Once I've warmed up, the wyvern is as good as slain. You'd best head to Reunion if you haven't already and see what you can learn from the locals. I'll be along after a few more squats. Don't look so surprised. Even a smithy needs to stay in shape, you know. It's nice to see someone taking this barmy fool's story seriously for once. Crazy as they seem, though, every now and again they turn out to be true.
Yeah, Rathalos is basically a giant red... I think technically the right term for it is something like a wyvern, since it is a sort of dragon-esque creature, but it doesn't have 4 legs, which, if you go by the, I believe is the normal, like, way of figuring out which type of dragon it is. A true dragon, or like an actual dragon, has like 4 legs and wings. Byron has the back legs, and then it has essentially arms that are technically also wings. So yeah, it's kind of a stable
red
of
wyvern
the.
By the name Rathalos. I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken. I've heard stories of a great wyvern that slumbers in the mountains to the north, but it was not red, and most certainly does not go by that name. Still, if this Rathalos you speak of truly exists, slaying such a beast would bring great honor to my tribe. Mark my words, this beast will fall by a blade of the Oranir.
Yeah, the Rathalos is kind of a staple of the Monster Hunter series, if I'm not mistaken.
A gargantuan red wyvern? I'm sorry, miss, but I'm not overly familiar with the comings and goings of this place. I only visit on occasion to do a small bit of business. Perhaps you should speak with the Kester. Though speak is perhaps not the right word, seeing as they do not. At any rate, you will find none more knowledgeable of the happenings in the XIV steppe.
I'm gonna assume maybe I need to speak with that guy in a bit.
A red wyvern named Rathalos? Oh dear. Perhaps the story I heard was true, then. Of a young man from the Ura clan leading a flock of Psos down from the mountains. He was making his way to Reunion when a fierce wind began to blow. A terrible, howling gale which left him all but blinded. To his horror, he soon realized the deafening roar he heard was not of the wind's making. He claims it was that of a great wyvern, which descended from on high to claim several Psos from his flock, disappearing into the sky as quickly as it came. Needless to say, he ran to Reunion with all haste, telling everyone of what had happened. But the man is a known liar and a swindler. Who would believe such a tale coming from him?
And you have to speak with the concerned Steer merchant.
Upon hearing of a red wyvern, the Kestiri merchant takes on a grave expression. The Kestiri merchant points southwestward. Perhaps you will find some clue to the wyvern's whereabouts in that direction.
Okay, lie in wait at the designated location. Okay, so it seems to be on the other side of this little hill. Up there.
You arrive at the area the Kestiri merchant appeared to be indicating. All you can do now is lie in wait for your prey. What's this? Oh, a hunter. And a formidable looking one at that. Have you come to help, then? To hunt the Meowster Rathalos?
Fashionable feline. Alright, so these are basically like a companion that are pretty common, I think, in... I think that you basically have always had these companions in Monster Hunter. I know that they are apparently also the cooks most of the games. I think the only Monster Hunter game I've played has been World, and there was not a whole lot of it. After seeing the bounty, I couldn't resist a talking cat.
And what's wrong with the talking cat? Have you not seen the turtles and fish around these parts?
True.
I'm an apprentice feline hunter, and I've come to this place in search of Meowsters. Rathalos to be precise. But even with 9 lives I could never slay one on my own. That's why I posted that notice seeking help. There's a reason they're often referred to as King of the Skies, after all. Some also call them fire wyverns, on account of their ability to breathe fire. I feel powerful just thinking about all the hunters burned to cinders in their wake. Yes, yes, and they roar exactly like that. Would you believe it's powerful enough to stun their prey?
There's Rathlos.
That was him. That was a Rathalos. Still willing to help, I hope?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
What a day, what a day. Both a Meowster and a ferocious hunter to slay it? I sure got the cream today. Let's hurry. He seemed to be heading northwest, back into the mountains. Oh, before I forget. I never did ask your name. Nice to meet you, Shauna. Now, let's be off.
So adorable. Or she, I actually don't know what it is. The gender of them. When we play Monster Hunter Rise together. I don't have the game. I don't have Rise. I mean, I have World, but not Monster Hunter Rise. Wait. Is the entrance to the trial gonna be right up next to Bardom's medal? Also, welcome to the stream, Ryoko. I've basically just been doing the Warring Triad quests, New Game Plus, since I hadn't done those on stream. That took a long time because I had to wait in, I think I spent like 45 minutes just trying to get into one of the trials, like the last one. It took so long. So long. Like, I think I said in like in queue for 30 minutes, gave up, tried doing it solo, didn't win, got it to like around 20%, I think. At which point I ended up getting like 8 vulnerability stacks in total, and it just kind of one-shot me. And then I ended up giving up his tank and got it after like 10-15 minutes.
The Rathalos is somewhere along that path, I just know it. But I'm afraid you'll have to go without me. As I am right meow, I fear I'd only slow you down. Before you go, though, I insist you take these with you. When catastrophe strikes, a hunter should never be without mega potions. I don't know if you normally keep medicine on hand to treat your wounds, but I guarantee you've never had anything quite like that. When you and your friends are ready, head on in. You do have friends to help, right? Eight. I thought hunters usually fight in groups of 4. Well, I suppose you know best.
Calicos, yep. Great Hunt.
During the battle of the Great Hunt, you will gain access to the Duty Action Mega Potion.
Solo Hunters go.
Be advised that, while it can be used to restore a large amount of HP, its usage is limited. Upon clearing the duty, you can claim a special reward by examining the remains of the Rathalos. Be certain to do so before leaving the instance.
Okay. Now the question is just, how long is a queue for the Great Hunt gonna take? Because I kind of want to complete the quest. Also, I should maybe look up the strats for this, because I have no idea what to expect here. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it seems like it says here that there are some crossover mechanics apparently, and that is basically it's Monster Hunter, but it's Final Fantasy 14. I don't dodge fire and don't get poisoned by its claws. Okay, let's see. It says here that all party members are equipped with 10 Mega Potions that can heal the player to max HP after a short drinking animation. Rathalos cannot be tanked, and there are very few telegraphed attacks except Fireball. It's capable of poisoning players with its claws and can also stun players who take too many direct hits. Participants will witness a turf war of sorts during Phase 2. Which also involves mounting Rathalos and attacking him with a hunting knife. Players can attempt to break his tail if they successfully knock him out of the air. And then there's some stuff apparently in the extreme version of it. Because it can't be tanked. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. There's apparently some attacks that are sort of telegraphed. You don't tank in Monster Hunter, I know. Wait, let's see. There's Whipping Bite, which is indicated by Rathalos staring slightly to its left while opening his mouth and raising his tail. He will snap at players immediately in front of him while swiping behind him with his tails. Okay, so stand at his sides, apparently, when he does that. There's Tail Swipe, which is a two-part attack indicated by Rathalos looking to his right and menacingly raising his tail. He will apparently do a 180-degree counterclockwise motion. And then we'll perform another 180-degree sweep. Let's see. Apparently move to Rathalos' left flank. Is what it says. Then there's Charging Bite. Which is a rush attack indicated by Rathalos turning towards a player, forming a brief roar-like animation. And apparently you should be moving away from that player. Let's see. Fireball indicated by an overhead marker on the target. Okay. I guess just go away from that player. Or that player should move away. And then there's something called Evasive Breath. Okay. If he turns towards a player and lowers his head and body, you need to move away from the front of him. Okay, then there's a bunch of information regarding phase 2, which was something with ads. I don't feel like reading that because there's so much stuff. And then there's a bunch of stuff for phase 3. You know what? I don't feel like reading all that. Alright, 11 minutes. Might be more, might be less. I don't fucking know. But who knows? Could be shorter. Could also be like 30 plus minutes. I'm unlucky. Hmm. 3 days later, yeah.
If you find yourself in a pinch, don't forget to use that mega potion.
Kind of thinking that if there's no like need for tanks apparently in this fight, why is there then like why do you have then requirements for like tanks, healers, DPS? There are, I guess, ads, but I don't know if they can be tanked. But I guess we'll figure that out. I also really need to make sure that I actually, probably here tomorrow, try and farm some of these irregular tomestones of scripture, because yeah, can't really get any more of those after tomorrow, considering that the 6.1 does come out Tuesday, and the servers are apparently going down. No default setup requires those. Yeah, basically since the 6.1 comes out, can't really or on, since it comes out Tuesday. And the server's going down for maintenance on Monday, apparently. Gonna have to basically do that stuff tomorrow. I at least want just 7 more scripture tomestones, so I can just get at least that 50,000 MTP, like envelope thingy, part thing. I know. Let's see. What could I do while I wait? There are no achievements I can get in this area. Can't do any of the sightseeing logs because I've already completed all of those. From some review. I don't have anything like that prepared though. Basic curious, are there perhaps anyone put here? Nope. No one is looking for Rathalos here. I've actually seen quite a few people here recently trying to do Praetorium and Castrum Meridianum on like what is that called again? Minimum item level and such, since they are gonna get removed or changed up, so they're different. So yeah. Essentially, those 2 dungeons are gonna get basically changed into like smaller dungeons slash trials slash solo duties, I think. Some of them. You could hand me a few. That is a possibility. But yeah, essentially, since Praetorium is basically getting changed, people have just been like making like party finder things where it's just like, oh yeah, just who wants to do this, or like Cape Westwind or things like that. I don't know why, or I guess I actually kind of know why people are doing them, but at the same time, it's like some of those can be really hard to do. There's a person doing Viridianum. I think the ones that are getting changed are essentially Meridianum, Praetorium, and Cape Westwind. I believe Cape Westwind is getting changed to a solo duty, and at least from what I remember reading, I don't remember about Meridianum. That was either gonna just get cut down to a dungeon, like a 4-player dungeon, or maybe it was gonna be a solo duty. I think it was just 4-player dungeon. And then Praetorium is gonna get cut into, I believe, a 4-player dungeon. I think all the way until you have defeated. I'm not entirely sure which one it is. I think it was either until you defeat Guys, or until you defeat the ultimate weapon the first time. And depending on which one of those were the stopping point, it would basically continue as a trial afterwards, I think. Where you would basically fight the ultimate weapon. I think it was something like that. It would be interesting to see some of those changes though. And there's still not a lot of people in the queue for this thing. Gonna assume that it's probably because most people are just, I don't know, farming things on their own. Most likely. So I don't really understand what adventuring forays are. What are those actually? Let's quickly look that up. What are those? Never mind. Don't need to look that up anymore. Come on, tank. There we go. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Right on. So I'm assuming mostly just follow other players. Okay, stand over here, I think. Or not. Wrong place. What? Okay, we got stunned. Stunned. Okay. Kill this thing, I guess. Ah, we're supposed to stand behind that thing. Good thing our healer basically pulled me in. Okay, apparently we can't get healed now. So we need to use our potions. Where's the healer? try with this thing, I guess. Okay, I need to heal. Or die. Bullshit. Okay, I can still get resurrected at least, and I need to get the fuck out of that thing. Just noticed I didn't have to hit one up. Okay, Rathalos is not really. Okay, I guess it's dead. Nice. Say a little bit on the hectic side. Maybe because there wasn't really any indicator, so like, when text would go out and such. Okay, let's Rathalos. And we got the tail too, yep. And make sure to give a commendation. We got a Rathalos scale. Two of them. Okay. And we can't get anything else. Okay. What is it? Go and speak with the feline. It's been your once to play Monster Hunter. Like, I think I have played a little bit of Worlds, but I could never really fully understand how the game worked. I didn't understand the game fully.
I saw the whole thing. That was meownificent. You even managed to retrieve a scale from his remains. I'm impressed. I realize this is sudden, but it would mean so much to me if I could join you on more adventures. Would you accept me as your palico?
That depends. What's the reward for slaying the Rathalos? Would be my pleasure.
I promise to be the perfect companion. You won't regret this. And to think this is all because you saw my bill on the hunt board. A hunter in Kilgana showed it to you? Curious. Do you think we could go and pay them a visit? If not for this hunter, we never would have met. Then let's be off to Kilgana.
Okay. There. Complete the quest, and then I believe all I need to do in order to unlock the extreme version is just talk to the hunter again. Let's see. Go to the inn. And they're still doing squats.
That should do it. I'm warmed up and ready to go hunting. Ah, Shauna. I thought you'd already left. With my preparations complete, you'll need to work fast if you mean to beat me. You've only finished preparing? What is that? Another monster in need of slaying? I'm no meowster, you brute. I'm Shauna's faithful and dependable Palico. Hey, Palico. Ahem, my apologies. If you're as dependable as you are adorable, I've no doubt she values your companionship. But let's return to the matter at hand, shall we? Shauna, are you ready to set out on our hunt for the Rathalos?
I already killed it.
You've already slain him. Ha ha ha. I'd expect nothing less from my rival. Indeed, you're every bit the hunter I imagined you'd be. Suppose that's what we get for that extra set of squats. Tell me, friend. Were you able to recover anything from the body? As a matter of fact, she carved the scale off the Rathalos's hide. That's a mighty fine material for smithing. Mind if I have a look? This is a wyvern scale, all right. Light as a feather and tougher than steel. There's still a touch of heat to it, too. If you'd like, I'd be more than willing to fashion you some armor with it. I'll need more than a single scale, of course. You'll find no better mail than that forged with Rathalos scales. What do you say? Oh, Shauna. I can't thank you enough for your help in slaying that Rathalos. If you plan to go hunting again, don't hesitate to call. We'll show those meowsters what for.
Okay, we get Palico, very punny, Dominion, and we also get the indoor barbecue spit, which is a tabletop item, and the barbecue spit for outdoors. Nice.
You can now trade Rathalos scales to the smithy in exchange for various goods. Rathalos scales can be obtained by defeating the Rathalos in the Great Hunt.
Punny minion? I guess, I mean that's what it says. A punny, or very punny. It's basically all it says. Let's get that. Let's see.
The Great Hunter returns. You did well taking on that Rathalos. Though I must ask, was the battle grueling? Did the mountain sing with the sound of claws clashing with steel?
Because of all the cat jokes, I guess. I've had tougher battles. It was admittedly more trouble than I expected. I mean puns, yeah.
But of course. Perhaps battle with the high-ranking Rathalos would have put a bit of sweat on your brow. Piqued your curiosity, have I? Well, I can only tell you what I've heard. They say there is a stronger brood of Rathalos that would make short work of your average hunter. Mayhap that kitten friend of yours knows something of it? He was, after all, the one who originally posted a bill for the beast. No need to worry over it now, though. I'd say you've earned a rest after your recent exertions in the XIV steppe. When you're up for another hunt, I'll be here, ready and waiting.
Okay, speak with him again. And that apparently just completes the quest.
The mighty hunter returns, and with her feline companion. Feline. How rude. I am a feline, you dullard. I fail to see the difference, ahem. But that is neither here nor there. I asked Shauna to bring you here that we might learn the truth of these high-ranking Rathalos I recently caught wind of. High-rank Rathalos. They're an older, much more powerful brood of wyvern. Without sufficient protection, even the simplest of swipes is all it would take to rend a hunter in two. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were talking about an elite mark. Yes, a challenge no self-respecting hunter can ignore. It's settled, then. Are you ready, my friend? Let's get to it.
Squats. Yep.
Your enthusiasm is appreciated, but now isn't the time to be kidding around. To be perfectly plain, I'd rather not see another hunter charbroiled today.
Great Hunt Extreme is not available.
You have unlocked the Great Hunt, Extreme. Test your mettle against high-rank Rathalos and reap rich rewards. Please note you may only enter the Great Hunt, Extreme, with 4 players.
What? Wait, what? Is it limited to only 4? I guess that's in order to be like Monster Hunter accurate. But I think that's the first trial. It's like an extreme version that has only 4 players. I'm pretty sure that if we go to the Howling Eye Extreme, it's, yep, that's 8 players. I'm pretty sure pretty much every single trial, like after a Realmborn, were 8-player ones.
Ah, Shauna. Good to see you. You've any more scales for me?
I only have 4 players on the field in Monster Hunter. Yeah. Alright, so you got the gear that we can buy. If I'm not mistaken, apparently some of this gear, because there's male and female versions, it's apparently gonna get made so that both genders can wear it. Let's actually try and see how this looks. Let's first of all remove that. And let's see how the male armor looks. Nice. Hold on. What? That's the pants arm. What? That's literally just underwear. The men get like straight up actual pants. What? Okay. Let's see, that all cost just Rathalos scales. Then there's Cornerstone, the New World, Stera Equestrian Roll, Savage of the Ancient Forest Equestrian Roll. Those cost 10. You can buy more barbecue spits and indoor spits, I guess. There's the Augmented Rathalos gear, which I'm assuming has maybe additional auto stuff to it. I don't really see much of a difference. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of difference on it. For that you need basically the normal versions and then like Rathalos Scale Plus, which you can apparently only get in the Extreme Trial. Yeah, the armor in Monster Hunter is very screwed. I can see that. We can also get Pookie, beloved by hunters, though the feeling is not always mutual. Need 5 Rathalos Scale Plus. There's the Rathalos Whistle, which requires 50 of them, and proof of a hero. Monster Hunter World version. kind of curious actually. Does Rathalos actually drop the mount itself? Ah, yeah, it does. Skewed. It was supposed to be skewed. Ah, right. But let's see. It seems like if you fight Rathalos Extreme, you can get Poogie as a drop. There's proof of a hero, Monster Hunter World version, Orchestrion roll. Rathalos scales, you can get 4 of those. And they are apparently a guaranteed drop. Same goes for Rathalos Scale Plus, you only get 1 of those. And then there's a chance to get the Rathalos Whistle, which basically just gives you Rathalos as a mount, like a straight up mount. This one is just in place. I think they basically did this ever since, like Heaven's Ward, where it's like, if you kill an extreme trial boss enough times, and it doesn't drop it, you can basically just buy like the mount with the drops that you get. Generally, the female armors are generally loot, and the male stuff is not so loot. So essentially, male characters have like actual like logical armor, so logical like Japanese video game logic. So this sort of armor, whereas the females have like bikini armor. I'm assuming it's something like that. Or is it like slightly like bikini armor, but like slightly more like defensive plating on it, so it isn't just straight up just a chainmail bikini. Let's see. Do King of the Castle. Kind of curious actually, what is Dramatis Persona? It's this one. Bulky stuff for males, showy armor for female versions. I had a feeling it was probably something along those lines. Alright, let's see here. Looking at the quests here. Songs in the Key of Kugane. Let's see. That's apparently the thing we can get from the Wandering Minstrel quest. There's no steps to this quest. Told to the quest giver both accepts and completes the quest. Though the quest is completed upon talking to the Wandering Minstrel, players must go back and talk to him again each time they complete the necessary prerequisites in order to unlock the associated extreme or ultimate difficulty counter. Okay, so apparently if I do that quest, I can basically unlock the following things. The Pool of Tribute, Emanation, the Minstrel's Ballad, Shinryu's Domain, the Minstrel's Ballad, Tsukuyomi's Play, or Tsukuyomi's Pain, Hell's Kier, the Unending Coil of Bahamut, the Minstrel's Ballad, the Ultimate, or the Weapon's Refrain, and the Epic of Alexander. The last 3 are Ultimates. The first 5 were Extreme Trials. Kind of thinking might as well just go down there and get it like removed from the map at least. Because all I need to do then is just go back here, talk to him. That'll unlock more stuff. I'm pretty sure it's gonna unlock a bunch of things right now.
Who should stand before me but the hero who shattered the shackles of oppression in Doma and Alamigo both? In spite of your burgeoning fame, I am honored that you should willingly share your precious time with this humble minstrel. If I may ask, how are you enjoying the Far East? With its many charms, it is an easy place to like. Indeed, it holds a special place in my heart. You might even say it is a second home to me, often as I find myself here on my endless quest for verse. And on this particular visit, the proprietor of this theater chanced to hear me perform and took a shine to my work. One thing led to another, and a number of my songs were adapted for the stage. Such are the crowds they have drawn. I have since been commissioned to write pieces for a new production. That is not to brag, mind you, nay, far from it. For though I am glad for the approval, the truth is I have been struggling to summon forth the inspiration with which to fuel my creativity. But of course, your recent exploits could well provide me with the inspiration I need. Such events you must have witnessed, such emotions experienced, in your struggle to liberate Doma and Alomigo from the clutches of the Empire. Though the tales have been doing their rounds, there is no substituting a first-hand account. Nay, I would see from the eyes of she who stood in the thick of it and know the depths of her heart. I shall remain in Kyogana while I compose my pieces for the Mujicosa. Whenever you can spare a moment, I ask that you regale unto me your recent adventures, and I shall see to it they are immortalized within these halls.
Okay.
Ah, something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Shauna? As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them.
Okay, I need to basically talk about each of them, and we get a cutscene for each of them. Yeah.
Oh, what stirring story have you for me today? To lose her beloved daughter not once, but twice, first to the Empire and then to the Primal's false promise. 'Tis all I can do to imagine the Kaliana elder's grief. And as if she had not lost enough, unable to bear the reality, she chooses to flee from it, by making an offering of her soul to the Primal. 'Tis a tragedy to rend hearts. My apologies, Shauna. I know full well that I asked you for a tale, but so private and intense a sorrow should not be made the subject of amusement. However, I would honor the memory of the departed with a verse. For her daughter's life, a mother mourned, but from the flesh her soul was torn. For her daughter's smile, a mother yearned, now from a dream she may ne'er return. Forgive me if I have awakened unpleasant memories. Liberties may be taken in a tale's telling, but it cannot wipe away such sorrow that has taken root in one's heart. Nay, no more than abiding in a dream will change reality. Even so, we may pray for wounds to heal and scars to fade. And so pray I shall, for the Kaliana, for all those who grieve, that they may one day know peace.
Asian Extreme is now accessible.
Ah, some
Sano. Honestly, still one of my favorite trials, just the
you have a new tale for
intensity
me.
of it.
Wonderful. A clash against a kami of legend. The words fairly write themselves. Yes, this would adapt very well indeed for the stage, and I dare say even the Kojin would come to watch. As this song is about you, however, 'tis only meet that you are the first to hear it. Lend your ears, then, to the tale of your furious encounter with Susanoo, the Lord of the Revel. Upon eastern seas, three treasures join to birth a kami great whose sacred blade strikes awe in hearts and cleaves the land in straits. From western lands, a challenger comes, a hero from afar whose radiant blade sets souls ablaze and outshines the very stars. So, was I able to capture Susanoo's stormy grandeur? I drew upon my imagination to create more evocative imagery, but it should more or less line up with your experience. Somewhat stormier than you recall? Well then, that makes it just right. Upon the stage, storytelling takes on a different dynamic, you see, and it is common practice to favor the grandiose. But with your rousing tale at its heart, I have no doubt that the play will be received with no less than a standing ovation.
Pool of tribute, take stream.
So.
And Shinryu.
Well then, pray do not keep me in suspense. Shinryu, a being of pure violence, born of the torment of they who died for their homeland. Those souls had longed for the power to smite the empire. Little would they have imagined that this power would assume such a form. Nor that it would fall into the enemy's hands to become the ultimate obstacle to freedom, bound to the will of Xenos Galvus. A pitiable man who feels naught save when at the edge of death. The power to smite, the power to save a desperate man did direly crave, high though the price, in full he did pay, creating a god where his dead body lay. The power to rise, the power to be a lonely man did madly desire forsook his flesh, for such was the toll binding a god to his insatiable soul. Here we have two men who sought power, but for different reasons. One wished to deliver his homeland from tyranny. The other wished to fill the void of his solitude. Yet, even should they achieve this goal, would they truly find peace? I suspect that only they would know the answer. Now, you, my friend, you will continue your fight, will you not? I pray that you will again regale me with such accounts of your experiences. For as brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. It is my duty, I feel, to share both with the world, the stirring and the sorrowful.
Minstrel's Ballad, Shinryu's Domain.
Something.
And Tsukuyomi. We have done all the ones that have currently unlocked.
And what manner of triumphant tale do you have for me today? Tsukuyomi, Lady of the Moon, thus in the mortal form of Yatsuyu, vengeful daughter of the Nairi, did this primal find a willing host. I had heard stories of the acting viceroy's merciless rule, yet none ever mentioned the terrible childhood she endured. The outward face of history surrenders little of the turmoil which rages beneath its surface. She had but one chance to be reborn, only to have it snatched away. And in the void left behind, her cruelty bloomed anew. Yes, this has all the makings of a tragic tanka. Forgive me. A form of classical Hingan poetry I was but recently taught by the actors here. It goes without saying I have yet to master it, so I will thank you for not laughing at my fumbling attempt. Neath the half-moon's glow, lily-white petals unfurl, rooted in malice the bloom drinks in the darkness and is swallowed by the night. The flower Yatsuya planted was doomed to last but a single evening before its petals were scattered. Mayhap she wished only for a pretty bloom to adorn her final resting place. I do not mean to excuse her atrocities, but very few of us are born villains. Circumstances conspired to break her spirit even as she made her misguided choices. I only hope that in death, her soul has shed the maddening shackles of vengeance.
Minstrel's Ballad, Tsukuyomi's Pain. Nice. Okay. What is this quest? Dramatis Persona. Something like that. Here. What exactly is this quest part of? Ah, Return to Ivalis. It's apparently what it is part of. Which is a 24-man raid series of quests, kind of like the Crystal Tower and the Shadow of Ark. And how many quests are this? It's 3 raids apparently. And apparently seemingly 12 quests, but I'm not entirely sure if that's completely correct. Because it seems like some of them might be, I don't know, repeatable ones. I'm not entirely sure though. Maybe it is. I don't know. That's not one I'm gonna start messing around with right now. Let's see. Yeah, I have around, I would say around an hour left of the stream. Let's see here. I guess I could head down, unlock Eureka Pagos. Just so I can start working towards getting to the max level of that area.
Good news, adventurer. While you were away, Mistress Kryl completed her work on the Ethernet relay, allowing us to access another region of the island. I'm told it's quite different from Anemo's, far colder, on account of a preponderance of ice aspect ether. Accordingly, the team dubbed it Pagos. They've already established a new base camp, and if you'd like to lend a hand with the expedition, you'd be more than welcome. Just say the word and I'll see to the arrangements. I'm sure Mistress Kryl will be overjoyed to see you again.
Pagos is now accessible.
You now have access to the Forbidden Land, Eureka Pagos. Like Anemo's, Pagos can be explored in parties of up to 8 players, or solo. To embark on your journey to Pagos, speak with Rodney at Pier. Please be advised that all excursions into the Forbidden Land.
Yeah, all that stuff. I also just remembered that I looked up what the adventuring forays were. And apparently that is things like the diadem. It seems. So apparently I don't fully understand what these things are anymore, because I don't fully understand this. Apparently that was originally for I guess the original version of the diadem, but that was apparently changed because apparently there was like the diadem easy, normal, hard, diadem hunting grounds easy, normal, and then there was Trials of the Fury and Trials of the Matron. I have no idea what any of that means. But yeah, that was apparently something. All of them except for the last two that I mentioned, the Trials of the Fury and Patron, were apparently moved in 3.5. They were released in either 3.1 or 3.4. And the Trials of the Fury and Trials of the Matron were apparently introduced in 3.55b and were removed in 5.1. So now apparently the adventuring foray is supposed to be for Eureka, all 4 versions of that. It is used for the Boston Southern Front, which is something in Endwalker. No, not Endwalker. barriers, and then apparently also something called Sadnor? I have no idea what that is. That's apparently used for that stuff. So yeah. Don't really know what else this would be used for, but I guess that's why I can't see them right now, is because I just haven't unlocked those two. Guess we can try and head to Pagos. See if there's any quests I can do there. Make progress. Midland, Eureka Pagos. And if I'm gonna move around in here, I should probably put on that. Okay. Around there's some old scholar, mender, Aeson. There's the lockpicker, there's the sky watcher. Guess they give
Some of at the moment.
and just weather stuff. There's Geralt and there's the provisioner. I feel like there's usually also a trader over. Ah, there's the bird watcher. Okay.
Good to have you with us, Shauna. Now that you are here, we can commence our expedition in earnest. Let's get to it, then, shall we?
Ah, there you are. I thought to find you at Port Circuit, but was told otherwise. It has been some time since we last spoke, and you are obligated to share with me your discoveries, per our agreement.
A pleasure to see you too, Ahika. I should be glad to apprise you of our progress. Given that you are here, I presume you are well aware of how we reintegrated the relay into the Ethernet and so forth? Then there is no need to expound upon those facts. However, you may wish to hear from Shauna what happened after she flooded the relay.
As men appeared out of nowhere, I saw a vision of a gale of Elysians past.
Glove. Are you certain? But, of course you are. This is your power, this echo, you must know all too well when you have walked in the memories of others. What else happened? Tell me more. A masked man seemingly offering power to cast down the wicked, and a vision of our founders discussing how to deal with a powerful entity.
An entity they apparently agreed to imprison on the Isle of Val. Yet I know not of it. Have you any idea what it could be, Ahika?
No. None whatsoever. However, your comrade's account has given me cause to reconsider our previous assumptions, especially in light of mine own discovery. Despite the considerable distance, in Anemos I was able to measure a force being exerted on the barrier which yet encases our headquarters. A force not from without, but from within.
Yet, if the barrier was erected to repel an external threat, as we originally surmised, one would expect the exact opposite.
Perhaps the barrier was not erected to defend, but to imprison, to seal something away, as Golub and the others put it.
Will you share any further discoveries with us, Ahika?
I will continue my study of the barrier and inform you if I learn aught of note. What do you two intend to do?
Strive to restore the Ethernet to good working order, as before, that we might gain access to our headquarters. My primary concern remains ascertaining whether or not the others are still alive, and rendering aid if need be. To that end, I hope I can continue to count on your support.
Well. I cannot say I wholly endorse your approach, but as I have no better suggestion at present, by all means, carry on. I will be in touch.
I swear, even if I were on my deathbed, I doubt he'd spare a kind word. Some folks just don't have it in them to be nice. Where were we? Ah, right. We have yet to detect any anomalies that would suggest the presence of mage eyesight, as before. We have only just begun to survey the region, though, and I should be very surprised if I do not have news for you soon. In the meantime, why not see Pagos for yourself? You may continue the Eureka expedition upon reaching elemental level 21.
Okay, that's actually not that far off. Okay, I'm kind of curious about something though. Let's see here. Badge's site. I know that there are, I believe it's 2 more Badge's site. I just don't know exactly where to get them. Oh, okay, that's way later. That is apparently in the Pyros area. That's like level 45 to 50 enemies that I need to deal with. And that's for the 6th magic site, and the 7th one is in Editos. It's apparently the place it's called, and that's like 52 to 59 enemies. That's not happening anytime soon. That's for sure. Well, yes, we can just try and get a few levels. So let's see. Got some level 20 enemies. Also, what are the ones that I haven't completed yet? Ice and lightning, water and wind. Let's see. Okay. Let's just go around, kill some enemies. Let's get that extra level. Can also kill those, but water and wind are the ones that I need the least of, and that should also give me a level. Just need to kill 2 more enemies. And apparently the thing is going, but can't really do that one since I'm way too low level. Just gonna kill 2 more of these. Should get to level 21. And that means I can continue with the story. place seems relatively large. Usually there's something that requires me to make a certain amount of progress before I can do the, or use the Ethernet. Let me see here. Are there requirements for the different ones? Okay, so apparently at level 23 I can use the northwestern Aetherite, and at 25 I can use the northeastern. And this one? And at 21 I can use this one, it seems. I think maybe I could do that one down the rabbit hole.
Just the woman I was hoping to see. We've detected what I believe might be another Magi site, although I cannot say so with confidence. You see, while there appears to be a confluence as before, the flow of the life stream does not seem to have been disrupted to the same degree as what we observed in Anemos. It is less of an impediment to our objective of restoring the Ethernet to good working order, but it is an impediment nevertheless. Still, it gives me pause. Anyway, our readings indicate the confluence can be found somewhere in the cones, beyond the safety of our encampment and some distance to the southeast. Be careful out there, Shauna.
Okay. Out in what is known as the cones. There's that shard floating up there. Right, so let's see, we need to look for something out in the southeastern area. Just walk around, look for stuff that has, it's like glowing bits. Try and make my way towards the fate while I'm at it. Let's try and go this way. Oh, I think I found it.
Although the crystal resembles Magi-site, it appears to be somewhat lacking in color compared to those you found in Anemos. Moreover, it does not seem to be compatible with your Magia board.
Okay, that was not to complete that. Okay, that one hasn't started yet. That one is way over there. Let's see. Let's head over and try and get that Aetherite tuned to. just make getting around a bit easier. And then I'll head towards that one. That's gonna be the next one that gets started on, I'm pretty sure. There's probably gonna start being people that pop in here, and I want you to get the fuck away from me, because I am not suited to fight you. Go away. Thank you. I am in no way suited for that one, and that thing is already getting progressed. And maybe make it, at least make some progress on it.
You have attuned yourself to an ether. Additional shards can be found throughout.
Okay, people are teleporting away, it seems. Guess maybe they're going up here, thinking, let's get to that one. Just gonna head over to this one though first. Okay, so change that one to fire.
GRRRRRR.
Kill this thing then. Okay, it's dead. And bunnies, what? As a reward for freedom from imminent peril, heavy bunnies will help you find treasure on the island. You hit us to the location of buried treasure. This time you feed them a lucky carrot. The hell, lucky carrots. Oh, is that? And far to the northeast. Buff them as many carrots as you like, but move quickly. Heavy bunnies will only accompany you for a limited amount of time for fear of natural predators in the wild. So I'm gonna assume that it's maybe like up here or something. Because people are gonna do that one and then that one. I'm just gonna try and get this thing. Also gonna use this on the mount. Yep, nice. Okay, something to the north. That's a lot of high level things. Just move behind those bears and... Oh! I guess just resurrect. And I lost XP. 150,000. Okay, good to know. I lose XP by just resurrecting. Got some lockboxes, I guess I can open those. We got materia and Pagos shirt. Oh. Does that thing look through the rest of this? Actually not half bad. It even has like added tattoos and everything. Nice. I don't really know what else I can do at this point, because I feel like I'm somewhat running out of things to do necessarily. Let's see, there is, I guess, the dungeon that I could do that is somewhat quick to unlock. So you can unlock in Kugane. I guess I can do, and I just forgot that I could continue with the quest there. Damn it. Completely forgot about that. Oh well. Let's see. Let's head over to the trader. The Nausea East Aldana Trading Guild, that's what it's called. Or the Ruby Bazaar. It is you, king of the castle.
Shauna Majula? Oh, thank heavens. I am in dire need of a capable adventurer and I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential, but there is trouble in Kugane Castle. It has been overrun by a band of outlaws. What's more, they've taken hostages, a number of nobles, along with the Bugio, Kugane's highest magistrate. They're demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries is folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, origin, as they call them, would never set foot here ever again. Under normal circumstances, the Sekizigami would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis, but they dare not do anything to put the Bugio at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from the Bakufu, yet I fear there is no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they have done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, they have also called upon the East Aldnard Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of the hostages. As to why they would go out of their way to contact us, well, one of the captives is from Ulda. It goes without saying the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Sekizigami cannot yet act in an official capacity, they have asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you would join our cause, make for the aqueducts in the Rakusa district. There is a hidden passage leading into the castle kept under guard by the Sekizigami. Tell them I sent you, and they will explain what you must do.
Okay. Okay, so we need that down there. Teleport here and just jump down, I guess.
You were sent by the East Aldnard Trading Company. Then there is still a chance. Permit me to apprise you of the situation. The castle is presently held by a group of criminals under the leadership of a merchant named Kageyama. We believe his demands to close off our borders, as ludicrous as this seems, are a vain attempt to eliminate what he sees as a threat from foreign businesses. If it were only him and his cohorts, I am quite confident my men and I could easily rout them on our own. The problem, however, is his bodyguard. Our informants tell us he is a swordsman of great renown in the Hingan underworld. He demands exorbitant sums of money, defending his clients with seemingly inhuman displays of strength and skill commensurate with the price he is paid. Your task will be to contend with Kageyama and his hired blade in the heart of the castle. With all eyes focused on you, they will fail to notice my men's intrusion to rescue the hostages. It shames me to ask this of a civilian, but if we are to save those people, I can see no other way.
Got a castle, it's not accessible. Okay. But let's queue up for that one. And I guess I can it'll just read the what is that called again? The strats for the different things in case it takes a bit longer than let's see. The first boss, avoid the frontal cone, he occasionally casts. Stack when someone is hit with the shareable stack marker or shareable damage marker. He will spawn up to 2 bombs at a time. It will tether to a player, chase them, and try to bind them. When a bomb is killed, it will stay in place and damage anyone in its radius AoE. Players who get tethered should keep to one side of the room to make it easier to avoid the large AoE. Okay. Healer should prepare to heal through his occasional cast of Kenki Release, which hits the whole party. Then there's the second boss, avoid the narrow column AoEs that stretch from one end of the room to the other. Kill the clothes as soon as possible to avoid heavy group-wide damage, and when marked with the electric circle marker, spread out to avoid catching anyone in more than their own damage AoE. Okay. And the final one, during the first payday phase, piles of gold will spawn around the room. His dog will lunge to pick them up, knocking aside anyone in his trajectory, filling the duty gauge. Each pile he successfully picks up, interact with as much gold as you can to pick it up. His dog prioritizes gold in the order in which it drops. When the payday phase completes, the boss will deal group-wide damage according to how much the duty gauge is filled. Be ready for occasional group-wide damage from Meta Beauty. I'm guessing that's a damage or an attack. Inoshi Katsuo casts circle AoEs on the center of the room. Then the outskirts move out of these. Avoid his circle AoE he casts on himself. During the second payday phase, act as before but destroy the dragon heads he summons during the phase. They cast column AoEs on players' locations and can't. And don't think much punishment before dying. May summon dragon heads after the second payday is complete as well. Deal with them when the time comes. Okay. Okay. I'm also looking at the different loot. Apparently, you can get a Dress Up Your Kitty minion, yeah, and also a Deception Orchestration roll. Let's see. Deception is apparently the song or the theme for Bugatti Castle. Do I have the Dress Up Your Kitty? Perhaps. Apparently I haven't gone through my minions in a while, it seems. Oh, I already have her. Nice. Let me actually go ahead and add my Alico to favorites. And I feel like there was another one I saw that I wanted to add. Ah, yeah. Fox Kids. Also had that one. I don't remember where I got it from. Sure, you can go there as well. Mishipa, yep. And of course the Capybara. Didn't realize I had a bullpup. This one actually does anything special. Like, does that one sit on shoulder, kind of like how the red panda does? Also, where's the red panda in my favorites? Or lesser panda, I guess. Maybe it doesn't actually have any like sitting on shoulders animation. Oh, doesn't matter either because swoop up. Let's remove that. Okay, so it seems like the mechanics were somewhat simple. Yes. Ghana Castle. Let's just keep on killing these guys. Assuming that once they're all dead, the door will open. Yep, and we got a bunch of ninjas, I guess. Or Genin, as they're called. Alright. First boss. Suikomaru. This was the things where the boss would basically like follow one of the players. I think the release was the area-wide damage. Or just party-wide, I guess. Helm crank. Bomb. Two of them, in fact. Okay, get some gear. Don't really care too much because I don't really need it. Okay, I guess we're slowly moving towards the main castle. Go to Honmaru. Manor. For some reason I have aggro on this thing. Four ninjas. Starting to die out. attack. Okay, and the next boss. I am kind of getting what the strat was with that one. Okay, don't spend that. Okay, move out so I don't accidentally hit anyone. This. Okay, I got hit by the those mats. This is a vulnerability up that you can remove. Okay, apparently I already have one of those. Let's go with this one, I guess. Oh. Okay, let's hold them. That's just gonna get this one far enough down, I guess. Or just kill it. And these. enemy before they explode. Just barely though. Okay, last boss. Done well to make it this far, but I'm afraid your journey ends here. Come, Yojimbo. We have visitors. We actually met him yesterday. It's a Gilgamesh. In an outfit. Or disguise, I guess.
I am the Blade of Vengeance. They dare only whisper my name, Yojimbo. I want them dead, you hear me? Dead. If you desire my strength, you must pay my price. More gold? But I've already. Fine.
Alright, so this is the part with...
Come, Daigora.
Be sure to
It
grab
is time
the
to collect
gold.
what is ours. Quickly, Daigora. I would have every coin.
We just need to make it so that it has just the least amount of funds.
Back, Daigora. This is all you would pay me? Very well. Behold, the sword art of legend, Zenmato.
We didn't even let him get like a single bit of money.
Kageyama. If you would have their heads, I require more gold. You cannot be serious. Hell, let me check my coffers.
Actually goes over and checks if he has more money.
Yes, indeed. I will not insult you by holding back any longer.
Okay, better move on to that. Okay.
Here. Another payment, as you asked. Now get rid of him. I only do as I am paid to do. Come, Daigora.
We're also supposed to kill these.
Take it all and bring me their heads. Go, collect what is ours. Back, Daigora. This is all you would pay me? Very well. Let my blade sing once more.
Get trigger take up again.
How are they still standing? This isn't what I paid for. If their price for their lives is beyond your reach, that is not my concern. No, I will not stand for this. I paid for their heads and I shall have them. You will have what your coin is worth, nothing more. No. No. You have to kill them.
Nice. Coffers appear empty, Kageyama. If you cannot pay my price, then I am finished here. Nice. Okay, that, and all of that. And I didn't get that thing. He's just like lying there on the ground. Oh, and I even got 2 commendations. Nice. Okay, and go and speak with the trade associate. I am not running all the way over here. Just get like back out. I'm just gonna teleport. It's 35 gil. I already earned like 1,000 from completing a challenge log there apparently. On to you.
I heard the news. Well done, good lady, well done indeed. You will be rewarded handsomely for your part in this. As you no doubt already guessed, Kageyama has been apprehended. His bodyguard, however, is nowhere to be found. I suppose in the end his loyalty laid only with Kageyama's coin. At any rate, the magistrate is safe, as well as the Uldan. What's this? Ah, I was not expecting to find you here as well. Lady Lilihu wished to thank you both personally for your assistance. In light of all that has happened, I thought it only proper she have an escort.
So you are the great adventurer who risked life and limb to save us. Uncle Lolorito has told me so much about you.
Uncle Lolorito.
Hearing of your daring deeds was inspiring. So much so, I decided to set out on an adventure of my very own. I have taken to writing travel literature, you see, and someday the whole of Eorzea will have the chance to read of my journeys across the realm. Yet never in my wildest dreams did I imagine my yearning to experience new cultures and customs would take such a terrible turn. Words fail to express my gratitude.
Miss Lilihua, we were quite fortunate that she was here to assist in your rescue, but it would be folly to assume fortune will always smile upon you so. Your uncle is worried sick about you, besides. Will you not consider returning home?
There is so much I have yet to see, yet to do. If I were to leave now, I would have naught but this horrible story of kidnapping to fill the pages of my journal. It would be irresponsible of me to give my readers the impression that Hingashi is a land of savages unfit for traveling. As you might recall, there was a rather nasty incident in Ulda that even our dear adventurer friend here was helpless to resolve. Surely you would not wish that to be the only tale of Ulda to be told here in Kyogani?
All right, you have made your point. But why have you come all this way alone?
Uncle Lolorito tries to keep me from harm, but he has only succeeded in smothering me. I tire of being constantly coddled. That is why I left, to prove to him, and myself, that I am perfectly capable of being on my own. If I know my uncle, he has likely requested you hire guards for me, whether I choose to return or not. Well.
Very well.
Skip there.
Might I ask, then, that you pay me a visit when your journey has ended? Lolorito is not the only one who worries for your safety, after all.
Yes, of course. I will be sure to bring many souvenirs, and tales of adventure to share with you. At last, my journey continues. Though there is still much of the world for me to experience, I suspect meeting the Warrior of Light will be one of the high points of my writings.
Nice. I guess that's a place where you can basically meet Yojimbo early. Oh. Okay, so let me actually check here. Did I get items? Got a bracelet and a bow. Oh. Doesn't actually look half bad. Huh. Let's see. We got around 5 minutes left of the stream before we hit the 6-hour mark, so I think this might be a good point in time as any to just start looking for someone to raid. switch over to this one. Alright. And maybe also just mute some of the audio stuff in the background. So let's see here. Let's see, I got a few options for who I can raid. And I'm kind of thinking maybe Talgi. She's currently playing some Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I guess we can go ahead and raid her. So let's just going to prepare the command. Go. Alright, so I guess the next stream is most likely gonna be on Monday, unless something prevents me from doing a stream there. But yeah, it's basically just gonna be more Yakuza there, I believe. Unless I decide on something else, I don't know. I still need to make the schedule thing. I usually do that Sundays. But yeah, the plan is basically more Yakuza there. And also on Wednesday, I still don't know about like next weekend. I need to like figure that out. The schedule will maybe have a like question mark for Friday, because I can maybe do a stream there. I don't think I can do one though, possibly on Saturday, since I'm like gonna go home to my parents there, just so I don't need to like mess around with trying to get there on Sunday, like next Sunday when I have to go down there. So yeah. Anyway, I guess there isn't really much else to really say right now, because yeah, I kind of just, I feel a little tired, I need some dinner. So yeah. Yeah, I guess thanks everyone for dropping by, watching the stream. I got, I guess, the main thing I wanted to get done, at least done, which was the Warring Triad. So that was nice to actually do that one and actually find out what the story was. So yeah. Anyway, I guess I'll just raid Talgi, and yeah, I guess I'll see you guys possibly on a Monday or Wednesday or Friday, and that's probably gonna be it for next week. So yeah. Anyway, until next time, guys, everyone, I'll see ya.